Hello, everyone. I'm the Crown DM, and welcome. Hello, ProStar, Terran, Octal, Tactical. Thank you, Tactical, for the resub for 3 months. It's very much appreciated. Sorry about the very long delay there. More computer issues. What a delightful time. But welcome to episode 11 of Cometh the Fall. Aftermath. The change in schedule was to accommodate one of our players who was moving, who has thankfully and safely made it to their destination. As such, we celebrate with D&D. Hello, Crimson. Now, today is going to be a very interesting session. I don't imagine there will be much in the way of combat, at least not initially, as the players deal with the fall of Hain Keep, talking to their allies, seeing who survived, and going through the various steps of leaving this prison. I'm expecting a lot of, not inter-party conflict, but a lot of inter-party discussion. A lot of good sort of debate between individuals. I am very much looking forward to it. Now, what we are going to do is, now that everything is working and properly fixed, fingers crossed, we're going to move over and get ourselves introduced to the players, have them introduce their characters, a little bit about themselves, and then have them recount what happened last week. Let's hop on over.
Yeah, you have gig internet now, nerd.
Hello.
It's not getting that much.
Chat internet.
Hi.
Hi. Bodhi.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing?
I got some sun chips, good company, and some root beer.
Nice.
Good, very good.
It's a bear, but it's from the root.
Let's change over the new political map and then transition.
Transition. How are you, DM? You always ask us how we are. How are you?
I'm great. Like I told chat, a person that we were very hopeful for made it to their destination safe and sound. So I am very happy.
Who?
You.
Who?
You.
What are you talking about?
You dumb bitch.
I'm in Panama.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, chilling with a mojito and shit.
Don't say that, because if I've had a fever dream for the last fucking 24 hours, there's going to be a problem. I can go to the hospital.
Yeah, that'd be cause for
Yes.
concern.
Indeed, Alaric is in America now. Hello, everybody.
Oh, nothing. It's a very intense lag all of a sudden. There. All right. So, hello and welcome to episode 11, Aftermath. We're going to have the players introduce themselves, give us their name, what they're playing, and a little bit about their character. And then we're going to get into the recount. As you can see up on the screen is a more accurate and adjusted political map. Based on the actions of the players, there have been some adjustments. On the southern shores of the Ettenmoor, 3 islands have been lost, and House Ashford has lost territory, something unheard of in a very long time. Alaric, please introduce yourself.
Of course. Hi everyone. I play accused philanderer Alaric Grovain, a self-important prince of Karim. He's a half-elven man of no real visible elven traits, who claims to possess a rich heritage tied to nature, none which he's ever truly been able to attune with until recently. Wielding thunder, he struck Lord Hain in the chest, and with it, put fear in his heart. With the help of his friends, he was even able to bring him down. Something Aladdin never thought he would do: strike his fellow man, hurt the noble line of Tyros. But it appears he's changed, and the circumstances with it. Who knows what will happen next or what he will do, but it remains to be seen.
Did you say what class you're playing?
Well, he wielded thunder, like kind of paladin. He's a paladin.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Kellen.
I play Kellen Aldane. He is a variant human ranger and a member of the Grey Watch, a militant force and that fights the encroaching Morlings and other monstrosities in the wilderness, and works kind of outside of the general jurisdiction of the nobility of Tyros. Having been captured in the city and brought to Hain's Keep with the rest of them, with the party, has finally completed his self-appointed mission of investigating and apparently solving the issue at Hain's Keep one way or the other. Now it's time to pick up the pieces, as it were, and figure out where to go from there.
Thank you. Marana.
I am playing Marana Lamodia, a noblewoman from Vinheim. I am a Dampier, half human, half vampire from Rogue level 2. Originally invited to Hain Keep to meet Lord Hain himself, I was imprisoned nearly upon arrival. With my new compatriots, we found out the sinister dealings of Lord Hain behind bars, and during our final escape, eventually slew him. Now it remains to be seen what awaits us going forward.
Thank you. Sabine.
I play Sabine Lillian Rousser, female as born and raised in Katarina, member of the Order of the Rose. The weight of everything is finally crashing down upon her. The feelings and thoughts of the justice needing to be done almost drove her to kill a man. The enormity of loss of life at the whole situation is crashing into her like the waves at the base of the cliffs of the keep.
Thank you. Sildura.
Greetings, I am Cyril de Catalina, Ward of House Ettenmoor, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 2 higher fighter who finds beauty in every battle. I would lay my life on the line for house and home. Yet unfortunately, I found myself some time ago trapped in the unforgiving clutches of Handkeep. I endeavored to seek the reasons why I had been sent there. And unfortunately, it seems I still have no answers. Even after we have freed ourselves from the keep, slain Lord Hayne, I still am left searching for why I was sent there in the first place.
Thank you. And finally, Yuria.
I am Yuria Zairi, Yuria of Shademore, the level 2 warlock human of the party. I am a traveler from the far west. Shademore is the province I come from, and am destined to rule one day. I have come here in search of the lost history of my people, and yet I have instead been imprisoned by Lord Hayne. Now freed, I find myself with many options once again, and some unlikely companions. I also find myself, I fear, at the start of something much greater afoot, with the promise of the Iron Duke to keep his eyes upon us and the death of Hayne. I fear that my search might be delayed for potentially years to come. However, I am reunited once again with my blade Gargalat, and the promise of power it gives, and I fear, or I feel, with my new allies, we may overcome what is thrown at us.
Thank you. As we transition from the political map of Tyros of the Western Realm into a more accurate position of the party stood on the bridge leading out of Hayne Keep, everybody roll me a D100. The number you're trying not to hit is 1.
What if someone wanted to volunteer?
Are you volunteering?
No.
Phenomenal. Sildarone, thank you very much.
I have been had. I have been had. Deceived. Traitored.
I have to reload it. It's not letting me roll.
Go ahead and reload. I still need rolls from Alaric, from Sildaril, and from Yuria.
I'm getting there.
My goodness.
I volunteer as tribute.
Well, what are we rolling for?
Recount.
Oh.
Yuria.
Did you not hear Sabine?
I still want the rolls.
There we go.
What? Why?
Punk. Because you rolled the lowest, that's why.
I didn't roll the lowest.
You did. You rolled a 17.
Morana rolled a 12. Eat my ass, DM.
Marana rolled a 78.
She rolled a 12!
The 12 was my insight roll from last week.
That's an insight.
Nope, that's a
That's
12.
an insight check.
That's a 12.
We could literally scroll up and see insight.
No.
I asked for a D100.
No.
12's a
That's a
12.
12.
Fellas.
Yeah, to go.
I mean, technically,
Oh,
everyone's
God,
correct.
you are
It is a
cutting
12.
him.
It is actually a 12.
Very well. If you're taking tribute, if you are standing in for Sildaril, then Sildaril will be as kind as to grace us with a recount next week.
No. That's not how this works.
Okay, well then give us a recount for this week.
No, Sabine has volunteered. Which she
Listen-
said she would do when you were
Listen to
muted.
this,
I
listen
don't know
to
why
this.
she waited this long.
Trying
She
to pass
said
the buck.
she wanted to.
Trying to
Thanks.
pass the buck.
I said I would.
all
I
going
said
up
I.
in
I
flames.
said I would.
I think in the
because they've all
whole
been busy.
of 20-something episodes and counting, I think you've recounted twice. So I'll remember that. Sabine.
And I don't like doing recounts.
Sabine.
Hold on, I've got to get the grin off of my face.
I'm
Okay.
gonna leave.
The smell of ash and the sound of cannon fire stirring me from sleep. Sounds of battle, the shaking of the keep, all I knew is we needed to get out. Alaric managed to get Yuria into his cell. I thought maybe I could get a peek down the hall with a hand mirror until those poor men on that lift. Marana managed to get out and thank the gods we were freed, but we needed a means to defend ourselves. And Creighton, I don't think you're the mad dog everyone has painted you out to be. In that moment you saw reason, and I hope you find some peace in your freedom. We still need to find a way out, but luckily the deal Yuria struck with those strange creatures killing up to give us a ride to our freedom, but I couldn't in good conscience leave the Arcanist either. I was ready to go down in a floor and find him, or at least die trying to do the right thing. Luckily he was in the Alchemist. He removed our restraints and finally freed him, and the connection, the warmth of Serial's embrace returning to my body after so long. The Alchemist teleporting away is not something that I put past most, given the means, but leaving after that conversation, that was a special kind of escape personally. Now we made it out, and the final thing standing in our way, of course, would be that man. Him and his brutes. I protected the rest where I could, blocking arrows and the oncoming surge of attacks. Hain jaunting us to some sort of nightmare space. Talking of power and gloating about the blessings that I have are nothing. I will not be shaken. Hain's blade found purchase in Alaric's flesh as he tried to weaken his resolve, but in that moment I admired Alaric's spirit as he spit in his face. But Alaric was hurt. I had to get that man away from him before he killed him, or Siluril. Sariel granted me the grace, and my blade found purchase throwing the man back, and I couldn't let him back up, so I closed the distance. This man, what he did, I couldn't let up. I had to keep going. He fell, and Siluril spoke of giving him over to justice, but there was no assurance that he would reach it. It needs to be finished. And I've never had such feelings of ire and hate until that moment. I wanted that man dead, and it made me feel wrong. I hesitated, and that person was goading us to do it. Alaric didn't hesitate. He buried his hammer into Hain's chest. Apparently we exceeded the Iron Duke's expectations, and now it's where do we go? I just know I need to contact Laurent. I can't. This was too close. I need to get word to my brother.
Thank you. I believe... Let me check. Huh. Right. Your sheet has been marked with an inspiration. Stood over the body of Lord Samuel Hain, the Baron of Hain Keep, servant of House Ashford, and former hero of Tyros, his chest caved in by verdict. The mouth of the Iron Duke having retreated, rainfall returning, the ashes flickering, moving through the air as fire roars, and so too does a barrage of cannons. The explosions still sounding off, cannon fire striking the walls and halls of Hain Keep. What are you all doing?
Alaric will lighten his hammer's weight until the head presses to the ground by his feet. He himself will then lean downwards, down to a knee, just beside Hain's head. He will close his eyes, whisper a soft-spoken prayer, and run a thumb and index down Haynes' eyes to bring his eyelids shut. And with it, finish the prayer into a quiet, non-verbal canicle as a mean to try and send them off.
Gently, as you run your thumb and finger closing the eyelids, it's almost as if that prayer brings a moment of relaxation or calm to Haynes' expression. Perhaps it's just a trick of the eye. You're unsure.
Getting up with the sort of suddenness that seems to imply everybody, listen. Alaric turns, looks to Kellen, Savine, Siluril in the back, and then sweepingly to Morana and Juria. The man is dead. We need to finish this.
Sabine will finish up the prayer that she had started previously, her hands shaking. She has this kind of distant, glassy look to her eyes. In this moment, anyone who has seen combat would know that this is her first actual combat. This is the first blood she has ever spilled.
The Arcanist stood there, watching as cannons soar above. You watch as a large segment of the wall, the outer wall of the keep, sort of finally crack with this finality. You watch as a huge slab of stone and mortar is sent into the ocean below, leaving this massive gaping wound in the wall. The Arcanist sort of sheathing his blade and replacing the grimoire at his side, gives a small shake of his head. Well, I don't know about you. I don't want to be hit by stray cannon fire. So what are we doing?
We need to find the source of the cannons. I suspect that is where the Orcs are, which we should probably rendezvous with to tell them what has happened to Hayne. Meanwhile, Siluril, Uria slips up next to Sabine, promptly sticks her heel into Hayne's body and flips it over, very disrespectfully. She then looks for the grimoire that was on his hip.
Ooh, roll me an investigation. $11. Bound on his back, partially spattered with blood, the grimoire hangs, bound by chain.
She, in the firing of cannons, her hand goes to the grimoire and then pauses. As she closes in on the grimoire, she eyes the chains for runes or symbols that might suggest this thing is perhaps protected.
Like to roll perception on this.
Sure. What are you attempting to discern?
Would she even hide that she's reaching for the grimoire?
I mean, no, she's just bending over. Like, obviously the intent is there, but then there's clearly hesitation as she seems to be giving it a second look.
You're not going to touch that.
Why?
It should go to his next of kin.
It could be the only thing corroborating his alliance with you-know-who.
If that is so, then let the dame see it.
She doesn't say anything. She still has that kind of glassy, far-off, dazed look What?
Never mind. You can do it later. Yuria, we cannot go looking for this ship. By the time we find it, the keep will be rubble. We need to get to the gatehouse and fight the whites. That will make them stop and surrender.
Do you know where the flags are kept? Do you know how to do that before the keep is destroyed utterly?
It should be there. Handy. We just bring down his colors and change it with something white. It could even be a blanket. Doesn't matter.
Distracted from the grimoire, Yuri turns back to see if there are actual flags hanging from the keep.
Roll me a perception check. You would see that the highest point in the keep, which was one of the larger sort of lighthouses, has been destroyed, struck down in the middle of like the combat and everything like that. Like got hit by multiple cannons. There are other areas that you could potentially put a flag up, but they do not have any colors near them.
With a purse of her lips, she turns back to Alaric. Well, the most obvious choice has been dismantled. She points to the rubble that was the tower.
Oh.
We could always take his head off. That's a pretty compelling argument.
But it doesn't she's right, it doesn't give truth to what we did.
Rather we didn't desecrate the man.
We should still get a trophy to prove to the Orcs and the Sahagin what was done.
We?
He's desecrated himself quite enough.
I don't know. I don't want to render judgment until we know for sure.
Alaric, are you able to carry him?
If we bring him into the keep, it will galvanize the Orcs to see him dead. It might even lead the mercenaries to surrender. Could help.
The Arcanist stood there tapping his foot for a moment. Not to dissuade your train of thought or anything as such. Your Highness, I do not believe that Turag and the rest of his kin have any reason to stop, even if Hain did surrender.
Will his death not be enough? Do those Orcs not know mercy? They must know that some men in that keep are just working, or are sworn. But now they're sworn to a corpse. They have honor, Arcanist.
Yuria snorts. What evils have those men done to the Orcs? Just working. You saw how they were treated on the Primora. Do you think they're going to pick and choose with that kind of begrudging building up?
Is there, on any of the guards, is there like a signal horn or like anything like that?
You can roll me an investigation.
How much of the keep is even left?
There are still large sections of the keep that are still standing, but the front walls, the large sort of towers, and the keep itself have all been bombarded. If this shelling continues, Hain Keep will be a pile of rubble.
Can we even see the ship from where we're at?
Not currently, not here, no. You'll have to go further down to the dock.
Sabine will outstretch her hand, taking Alaric's, and then I'm going to put all 10 points of my lay on hands into him. Because he was hurt pretty bad. And She it's gonna be almost like this switch kind of flips in her eyes. Kellen, and whoever is still able to move, perhaps we should go down and get the orcs, and if we cannot bring Hain to them, maybe bring them to Hain.
Oh. Is there still sounds of fighting from where we came from?
No. No, the sounds of fighting have more or less stopped. It's like the breaking of things now. You hear as the stonework is giving way. You watch as sections of the walls break off and fall into the ocean.
Yeah.
Sildra.
In my knowledge of past wars and or battles, would I know what color or something I could fly that would mean it has been the area or castle or keep has been captured, it is under their control?
Roll me a history check.
Oh fuck. Sure.
13. Either there are two ways that are generally done. Either it's the new standard is put up, meaning whatever attacking army replaces the colors with their own. Or if that is unavailable, or if you're a mercenary group or something like that, the way it's often shown is by taking the standard or the colors of the previous bearer and turning it upside down.
Okay.
We have no standard, do we?
You will have to find an Ashford standard.
Silura would kind of the metal of her gauntlets would scrape against the stone as she turned around to look at the group, and she's going to grip at the Ashford tabard that is attached to her armor. And she would try to get their attention. Normally in a situation like this, you would fly the banner of the ones you captured in the opposite direction. And she would almost sadly, she would hand it towards them.
Do you think the orcs would understand that?
It is normal in almost every war I've ever been a part of.
Let's try then.
They're not stupid. They should at least know what that means, I would imagine.
Few issues there. Are you sure they're going to be able to see that small tavern from their boat? And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Lord Hain work for the Lord Ashford? You're replacing one colors and changing them out for the same banner.
I'm not replacing.
Flying it upside down is a means of surrender, is it not?
It is.
In a way, it is not surrender. It is capture.
Fair enough. It's worth a shot. See if they hopefully have someone on watch on that ship.
There are still orcs in the keep.
We can also try that.
If this is your directive, you can go to the main gate, or the gatehouses and everything like that, to try and find a standard of House Ashford. But I'll need some rolls.
I think that this is a better course of action.
Great.
Or we can leave it to crumble.
We might be able to salvage something this way.
Rather we didn't.
Agreed.
Could we find a white blanket too?
Yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
if you guys want to go back into Hain Keep, we're going to do some checks. We're going to do some skill checks. And we're going to try and find either a standard of House Ashford to fly in reverse, or something large enough to denote surrender, as it is
Alaric.
still getting bombarded.
He won't be part of it because he'll be carrying Hane.
Yuria would not go.
Kellen, Marana, Sabine, Sildaril?
Sildarill's already turning to go.
All right. Who's following Sildaril?
I'll go with her, I guess, so she's not by herself.
We should be careful with Haynes, who remains. He is our
Alaric,
one ticket to proving and saving. And she would look back at Yuria with this look, right? The most credulous look, right? She's like, saving Yuria's life. Without his body, the fish folk would let her drown.
Did Alaric stay or go?
Alaric went, but he's got Hane's body.
Carrying a 300-pound man.
Luckily, Alaric's a big dude.
I will need athletics, just because you yourself are very hurt currently, Alaric.
Very well.
13. You're like carrying him along, but it's an ordeal. It's very cumbersome movement. It's like shallow steps, not full stride.
God, that's even better. It's like every step is a challenge. And he strains into the keep with him on his arms, returning the captain to its sinking ship. It's beautiful.
Now, you four that are heading into Hane Keep to search, I'm going to need some skill checks to avoid crumbling walls, falling structures, and whatever might remain inside.
You say 4 or 5?
You're not going in there, right, Yura?
Is Morana going?
Well, I hadn't quite decided that, but they might need someone to
Open a door.
open up door or get up wall.
Reach the pole.
That's up to you.
So yeah, I think she would go out after them, being quick.
Okay. First things first, those that are going in Hane Keep, roll me an investigation. Okay. Marching through the broken portcullis and making your way through the first entrance into that inner courtyard, you see where large segments of the walls have just been utterly destroyed. One of the far towers on the right, sort of, you can hear that moment where the stone scraping against itself, trying to hold on until eventually just that sort of in succession breaking as the large segments fall apart and the tower itself cracks and then lists to one side, now falling into the ocean. Kellen, as sort of taking your moment and being a generally very perceptive individual, you would notice that on the second gate, there is a door to the left that could potentially lead you up. However, it is locked.
Okay. Well, if Moran is there, he'll try the door and then give a whistle to Marana. They're like, can you get this one open?
I can certainly try.
Okay. First check of the skill challenge. What are you doing?
Thieves' tools.
Let's see it.
Okay. Use thieves' tools.
I saw it roll to a 1 and then back to a 13. Oh my god.
Taking the sort of kneeling down and beginning to produce your tools, working it. The first sort of latch clicks, second one. And for a moment, it feels like you have it, but the door's not opening. And then as you pull your tools out, it's as if everything clicks into place and the door opens. Pushing the door open leads you to a set of ascending stairs that go up. However, a large section of rubble has been pushed into one of the sides of the stairs, blocking the passage. What are you all doing?
Nothing but the path is barred.
There's no way no way around it or through it or over it or anything.
If you would like, this could be part of the skill challenge. What skill are you using to try and get around this blockade?
For your strength, we'll lift. No.
You're more than welcome to roll me in athletics.
Lift. I don't have the belt that Evelyn has. I will pass on that.
You simply push the Hane.
You have an 18 strength. But whoever, so I just need to know what skill is going next in the skill challenge. There is a passage to block your way. You could potentially try to find a way around it. You could potentially try to lift it. You could find a different way. Don't everybody talk at once. The keep is coming down around you.
Bro, I got athletics and acrobatics. That's about it, bro.
You tell me how you're using athletics or acrobatics.
Let me think on that.
Sure.
The only thing I could say is some kind of like acrobatics to try to like get over it, if that's even a possibility.
Acrobatics to potentially clear like the top?
Yeah,
To like
get
crawl your
over
way
it.
through?
Yeah, get over it, around it, or through it, or something. Yeah.
Sure. I'll allow it. Roll me in acrobatics. This is the second check. 11. There is a moment as you're sort of pushing your way over the top of the rubble and trying to clear out a small section for generally everybody to get through. There's a moment where about halfway through you get stuck. You do suffer. Hold on. There we go. You do suffer 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Who? Everyone?
Kellen.
Well,
That constitutes as a failure.
because apparently I have 1 HP, so I don't know why it's 1, but apparently I have 1.
Could I use lay on hands on Siluriel while this is happening, DM?
Yeah.
Just to be sure.
Are you following them in? Or are you still carrying Hane? Because if you're still carrying Hane, you're behind them.
Someone's
he's
just like
just
pouring elf blood out. Just
Yeah, when he notices Siluriel haggard and leaning into anything, really, he'd reach over with an errant right hand and lay it heavy on her shoulder. And from his touch, it's not necessarily warm like Sabine. It is something more invigorating, like the low contact electricity that runs across her skin and digs at what's within.
How many points?
And I'll be using 10 points.
Okay. Go ahead and mark that off your sheet. So you're restored 10 hit points. Kellen, you pull yourself back from that top clearing. What is the party doing?
can't make it over, then we have to find another way.
And Hay needs to feed.
I suggest maybe we take his body back to the ship. If this is crumbling down around us, it might be the best course.
We'll lose the keep.
The keep is already lost.
No, the infrastructure.
Well, if we get the body back to them, maybe they'll stop firing.
By then you'll be nothing but rubble.
It won't have us in it.
Let's try one more time. Sailor, I'll use my hammer.
I can try to get through.
Siluro, what skill are you using to attempt to bypass this blockage?
Athletics.
Let's see it. Okay. Tell me how you tell me how you
What?
lift or destroy this rubble blocking your path.
Siluro will. He's outstretching the hammer, right? Or is
Yes.
it just on his person?
Such.
She will take it and she will grip it like a Zweihander, like she would her sword, and she will essentially bring it down, trying to separate the rock and create an area to go through.
And you do. With this thunderous slam as the cannon fire still continues to ring out above, you slam and strike this loose section of mortar that keeps the bricks together. And as you do, you watch as the top half almost becomes split. This deep fissure forming, working its way up through the various bricks before the top half cracks, sliding and then falling out of the opening in the wall, effectively revealing the rest of the stairs.
All right. She would brace her back against it and use the hammer as leverage and tell them to move forward. Let us go. This is our best chance.
Okay. Everybody is continuing to go forward. Rounding up through the top of the stairs and getting your way out onto the catwalk. The parapets on both sides, rain falling above, the smell of ash and smoke. You manage to sort of round over the top of the stairs and come to a section of the wall that is utterly broken. It is a gap that you have to cross. Who's doing what?
Silver would attempt to help them across best she can and she would put the hammer on her back and she would offer her strength to help them across.
She just joins the hammer.
You've already used athletics, I'm afraid. It'll have to be a different skill.
Okay. She's going to throw them across with acrobatics.
That's not how acrobatics works. That would be athletics.
That's not true. I could swing him.
I assure you, that's not how acrobatics works.
What do you mean? What's acrobatics then?
Acrobatics is finesse.
Yeah, I finessely throw them across.
Shut up.
It's in the wrist.
With style.
Yeah, I throw them with style.
No.
Blonde
come up
hair
with something
whipping
else.
around, you know?
Is there like maybe any sort of like spare boards or anything that we could just lay across as like a temporary footbridge?
What skill would you like to use?
Investigation?
Sure. Let's see your investigation.
Investigation.
Probably 9.
Taking a moment to look around, any sections of wood that would have been around here have already been destroyed. Even trying to place out some of the longer boards, as you place them out, watch is just even being put out this way, you can see where the faults and the cracks are, some of them just shattering and falling through. That is your second failure.
How big is the gap?
Looking to be no more than 15 feet. Large section of the wall destroyed. Not everybody at once.
Thinking.
Hey, yo, Raina.
Raynor stayed behind.
Good man.
You see Raynor is currently going through his spell book.
Hey, is Peter and that other guy who I don't care about there as well?
It's Pater. Both of them, you would see. Actually, where are you?
I'm by the bridge. I'm with Raynor right now.
You wouldn't see them then. They're somewhere inside.
I thought we told him to. Okay, well, never mind. Those fools.
Party that's currently inside of a crumbling keep. What are you doing?
Well,
I tried my go. So
I'm going to grasp the tabard that she has, and I'm going to cast light on it so it becomes kind of beaconish. I'm like, is there anywhere we could possibly get this towards the water?
Over the gap. That's the direction you've been heading.
Using the hammer, kind of like a pole vault, could I try to get over using acrobatics?
That I'll allow.
Let's go!
Let's see your acrobatics.
All right.
Is that a 1? Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
the
no.
hammer is not mine.
Oh.
It is not. Rushing forward
Hold me.
in your chainmail, you slam Verdict into the ground to try and pole vault over. And as you bring the hammer down, having to put your full weight onto it to try and get over, you feel as stone cracks underneath the weight. You suffer 4 points of bludgeoning damage as it sort of causes you to fall, your back catching against the edge with that audible crack. Your hand instinctually reaching up, catching yourself on the edge. Now you are hanging from this broken path. One more failure, and this skill challenge will be done.
Solar's just grunting in her accent as she just dangles from this thing.
Is anybody helping Silveril up?
I'm gonna be screaming for Alaric to come up here and help Siluriel.
I'm going to try and help her up,
Okay.
even though my strength is, like, I'm pretty sure the worst out of everybody.
And I can help too, because
Okay. Then that'll
I mean,
offset
I can
it.
help, I guess.
I
Like,
guess.
Jesus,
Everyone's
guys,
just-
what the fuck?
There's some weird disconnect going on today. Sabine, Kellen, you both, no roll needed as both of you are helping, begin to lift Sildaril up off of the edge so she is no longer hanging. Pulling her back onto the broken section of the wall.
Lazy Sundays in her, I guess.
Sabine's gonna drop her breastplate off real quick. And she's gonna give her hand out for the tabard as she's looking at this 15-foot. And she's going to try and use a jump as a performance as she has before, timing it out. You could see how she's doing what she did before, kind of timing out a song in her head, and I'm going to try and go across it with a performance. I can also do acrobatics, if you prefer.
That would be, I was about to say, that'd be acrobatics. I wouldn't call that performance. This isn't like timing out like the chomping of a trap. This is crossing 15 feet and not plummeting to, breaking your limbs.
She will try and get a running jump at it.
Okay, let's see the acrobatics. Making it about halfway, hand outstretched, trying to catch on. Your hand is catching on to the loose brick. You feel it begin to give way. Sabine, are you falling or are you dropping what's in your other hand to catch yourself? Because that is the party's fourth failure.
You already declared it a failure. I can't even use inspiration.
Is this what you want to use your inspiration on?
Yeah, might as well.
Sure.
I mean, it's failure either way, so. $18?
18 is not a failure. You make it across, instinctually pulling yourself up off of the loose brick before it clatters and falls. You are now stood on the other side, showing and presenting your party members a means of getting over it. You are now stood at the second gatehouse entrance. The door is closed. What are you all doing?
Is it locked?
Giving it a test, it doesn't appear locked. It also doesn't really feel like it's going to open either.
Barricaded.
What is the party doing?
Gonna try and persuade my way inside?
I persuade the door.
The door?
I'm gonna knock and see if there's anybody in there. If it seems barricaded, then there's somebody in there.
Knocking on the door. There's no response.
So can we all get across now?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Well, then just have somebody with like Alaric just kick the damn thing down.
Alaric, what have you done with Haynes' body? Are you following them and participating in this, or are you holding on to Hayne? Alaric. I know it's not shitty internet. You can't use that excuse anymore.
He DCs. Well, while he's doing that.
There he is.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
You fall asleep?
Yeah. Hey, okay. What's up? Yeah. What? Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. What's up?
Is Alaric holding on to Haynes' body?
After having to make it the idea of having to make it across with Hain would have been impossible, so he would have stayed behind. He's not available.
Okay. We'll see if Silverhill can break it down then. She is also strong.
That was the condition of Alaric keeping Hain and following, that he wouldn't participate. Also, Morgana is in the kitchen, I think.
As a rule of thumb for inspiration, can I give inspiration, or do I have to be present in order to do that?
Generally, you have to be present.
Okay, just checking. I figured. Just be a shame if someone, died and I could have given them a second chance.
And Kellen, I will let you know, Sildura has already used her athletics.
I thought the skill challenge was over.
The skill challenge is over when it was initially a failure. However, that 18 skill challenge is still going.
So does the door definitely feel barricaded?
You've used your... If you would like to use your perception, which I don't believe you have yet.
I have not used perception, no.
Then you may.
All right, to tell whether the door is barricaded or just stuck.
Barricaded or potentially a means of getting around it.
Hey.
It is barricaded. Even sort of being able to push against the door will let you know it's not like an actual barricade, like somebody put like a bar on the other side. It's rubble that is keeping this door. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With your skill, however, you could potentially scale the outside or scale the top to try and find a means inside. You won't be getting through this door.
It's impassable, but there might be another way. I can go and check.
Very well. Let's do what you need to do.
Putting away any of her tools and implements so that she has all 4 limbs available.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna be
Cling to the side.
just a bit of a running leap to latch onto the side, and then up we go.
All right. Pulling yourself up onto the sort of tiled roof, you can see where a large section in the center has been caved in. A clear opening on the way
Hey, where's your acrobatics roll, Smile?
in. Well,
I mean, I could probably drop in. It's just the other people.
with the damp here, it's a little different. If the others wanted to do this, it would be an acrobatics.
That doesn't look so tough. Immediately plummets to the ground.
That doesn't look so hard.
So Marana, there is a cave-in in the ceiling that would allow you to get inside of the building.
Okay. Is there anything else on the inside of the building? Breathing into the mic.
Sirik, for the love of God.
Taking a moment to peer inside, you can see where the sort of slanted roof has been broken, stacked on top of numerous bricks and loose wood. You would see that there are about 3 or 4 corpses in here caught beneath the rubble, guards that had just been caught by the explosions or the cannonballs. You would see that while there are no people, that sort of pressed up, very badly tattered, is a sort of furled coloration of like light greens, dark greens, very similar to the tabard that Silduro presented.
I think there might also be a standard in here.
Well,
Hold on.
Pushing away inside.
Mhm.
Looking at this thing, it's either going to be incredibly heavy or you're going to need some help. So you're going to try and lug it out through the opening in the ceiling?
No, it'd probably be easier to get one person here. So the top of the roof, how does it come? Does it come to like a point or something?
It does come to a point.
Okay. Climbing back up, I'm going to take some of my rope, wrap it around the point, and then throw some of it down to the other side so that someone like Kellen and maybe Siluril could come up.
Okay. Easy enough. No need for a roll with the rope, making it very easy for all of you. Yep, everybody has decent dexterity.
Silverell would go up.
There's a standard inside there. It's too large for just one of us alone to carry.
Of course. Let's get it up then. We need to change the tabard before we lay it up.
I imagine that by now Alaric would have returned back to the front of the keep to look at them from below.
The Arcanist has joined you.
Oh, they're side by side.
Yo, wait.
Who of you are going in to get the standard?
I am.
I'll be going with Siluril.
Okay.
You can come with us. More the merrier.
Sure. Yeah, I can go with them.
Okay. All of you getting inside, you see the large furled standard of House Ashford.
Okay. So can we get it up to the top and do it upside down, inverted?
What skill are you using?
Maybe you could use like survival to rig it to the side of the wall with some ropes.
Yeah, I could try survival to
Perfect.
basically hang it inverted.
Let's see it. Absolutely. With that final success, making your way to the top, beginning to bind the standard so that it hangs in reverse. You watch as the wind that's already here sort of causing this flurry of smoke and ash very, very suddenly pick it up and cause its entirety to flow. The entirety of the standard unfurling as the colors of House Ashford are flown in reverse. You hear, almost immediately as this is being flown, what sound like deep bellowing horns coming from the inner courtyard. It's joined by one and then another until about 3 or 4 are sounding. These long, drawn-out sounds that bellow from these horns, the orcs are signaling the fall.
So no more cannons then.
Well,
What's one more round?
there is the misfortune, as it's being called, where the cannons were already being fired.
Of course. Damn it. Nah.
So you would watch as like the sort of the keep itself, where Hain had took you for dinner and introduced you and everything like that. You would watch as a large section of the second floor collapses in on itself. Just the weight and the bombardment from the cannon fire causing it to crack and eventually level the entire second floor. It's then that the sort of destruction, the ringing of cannons sort of fades, and then the horns can be heard again. And it's mimicked. You hear it here most directly, but as it fades somewhere further down on the bridge, another sort of bellow of horns sounds. It fades. Very distant, you hear it again. The bombardment of Hayden Keep has ceased.
Phew.
With that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. God, we're doing. All right.
Welcome back.
How did our dear Lord feel when his house guests murdered him? Who knows? He's dead.
We're carrying around the body, actually. You can ask him.
Had the right spells, yes, actually. How does it feel to be dead, stupid?
Yeah, we're actually just keeping the body around so that when Miranda hits level 3, she can talk to him again.
Horrifying. No, thank you. You killed me. Go away, whilst brushing teeth. You did this.
You did this to me.
We should just start lugging corpses around when we need, like, if we need to interrogate anyone. Like, Miranda will get to this eventually.
As you're brushing your teeth, bumps your elbow. Ooh. Fuck
Just
you.
not just the most annoying ghost ever. Like, you have a hot drink, they touch it, now it's cold.
Motherfucker.
Your sneak attack is
You
bullshit.
know- Murata, why are you investing so much in a scroll of resurrection? So I could kill this man again.
Why do you always drink your coffee cold? It's so weird.
I love iced coffee. What the fuck?
I just
not
love
iced coffee,
it
it's just
so
like
much.
Cold coffee.
Sip.
coffee, just
out.
not.
Yeah, not even iced coffee.
Yeah, it's not chilled.
Yeah, it's just gross.
To be fair, Zebus, the mouth of the Iron Duke did warn that. If they had let him live, the mouth of the Iron Duke was like, okay, let him
coming
live.
back.
See what happens.
I love when the BBEG just tells you, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. Smile.
What do you think? The mouth of the Iron Duke's the BBG?
Well, no, obviously the Iron Duke is the BBEG.
And last,
The BBEGs were the friends we made along the way.
that's right.
Sorry, Vader.
What?
When you have a party so chaotic that at the end you realize these are just a bunch of level 15 a-holes, and they
Ooh,
become the BBEGs
maybe-
of the next game.
Maybe we were the villains. Ooh. Looking back. Maybe we were the bad guys. Oh, shit.
Hans, be the baddies.
Congratulations. Had you failed, Handkeep would have been utterly destroyed with you inside of it. So,
Nice, nice.
fun times.
See, I thought the orcs ringing their, like, we won thing was just, like, to rub in the party that they could have just waited for the orcs to do it.
No, the orcs were waiting for
Oh,
a sign. If there was no sign, like there's still resistance, then they're just gonna level the place.
Oof.
So it hasn't completely fallen, it's just kind of like half fallen.
We'll get to damages when everything's said and done. This
Orc
thing
with
was
a-
it's
Pretty
it's
fucked.
fucked.
Yeah. pretty gone.
I mean, as long as the Bastille's okay, right, guys? We can rebuild.
This has strong roots. We can rebuild. Oh no, we can't. Never mind. It's gone.
The Sahagin. Ooh, we set off like thermo explosions in
We
the
set off
Bastille.
so many depth charges you wouldn't believe.
Were we not supposed to?
This whole
Giant.
place is like rigged to blow and sink into the ocean. So
Feel the shuddering like sensation as they start ramming their underwater city full speed into the side of the cliff.
Holy shit!
Oh my god!
surfaces like Atlantis and just rams it like ramming speed. Like, what are you doing?
What's great is it would be like a singular tower rises out of the water and it's like, oh, the Sahagin brought their city. And then this monstrous fucking metropolitan just,
Why?
oh my fucking god.
They brought the whole damn thing!
Just dwarfs the whole of Hanekeep.
Alright, neat. Fishtown.
One way to put it.
It's on the back of a jellyfish.
Oh.
Of course it is. That's horrifying.
What do you mean?
We were
Like
under that
jellyfish? What?
Oh, I love jellyfish. The problem is when you get under the jellyfish and they have giant electrical like little tendrils that like touch you and then you die because this thing's probably the size of a fucking
Roll a
island.
Constitution saving throw.
No. I don't think.
Ooh,
I
is
think
that
we're
a
beyond-
12?
I think we're beyond saving throws at this point, my friend. That's like saving throw. You still take half damage. The half damage is 80. As you touch
You're
what
not
is
entirely
essentially-
wrong.
You touch what is essentially like a foundation pillar for a tower, like sized jellyfish, squiggly, like tentacle, and it literally incinerates your entire being.
Just a Tyler 1 scream
Yeah,
as you're
you are
turned into atoms.
a fly caught in a fly zapper. Zzz. That's all you see. This little bright spark in the ocean, and then nothing.
The light at the bottom just
What was that?
bubbles.
Happened. No, I don't know. Whatever.
Is everybody back?
I am.
I'm gonna have to wake up Cyric again.
Adam?
Someone get that guy some coffee or something.
Maybe Zoro ate the mic like fully this time.
Adam.
Mama?
You dumb whore. Go.
Sort of the thoughty parts on kill the old lord and now having to drag his corpse all
I
around the
think
keep.
I didn't choose to do that.
I love how the fact that in order to try to preserve Hane out of like honor or something, we are instead dragging him through the ruins of his own place. Probably battering it along the way.
The foot gets caught on something and
Yeah.
you just kind of pull and it's like, oh.
Yeah, we're gonna be like, orcs, behold the corpse of Hane, and it's just his entire face is just purple from bruising.
Jesus,
I'm
what the
picturing-
fuck did you guys do to him?
I'm picturing Alec doing weekends at Bernie's with him right now, honestly.
Goddamn.
No.
I thought you hated him and everything, but like, come on, holy shit. What's this one sound like? Momo.
Yes,
Hello.
I've been here.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Then you'd have answered me the first time I called you 2 minutes ago.
No.
Yeah, okay. Where's Adam?
We were getting his bed situated.
Is he laying on said bed right now?
No, we were ordering it.
Ah. Welcome back.
It's me and Genji. Oh, never mind. He fucked off. It's me. Yeah, he's like, me? Fuck that shit. I ain't talking.
Half of the party finds themselves stood atop the second gatehouse. The banner of House Ashford flown in reverse. The swords pointing downwards, the trees facing the wrong way. The bellowing horns of the orcs sounding out to sound the defeat of Hayne Keep and Lord Samuel Hayne. Though the fire crackles and burns, the groan of burning wood and the destruction of stonework as it collapses in on itself, the keep proper has all but been destroyed. Looking into the inner courtyard, you see dozens and dozens of bodies. Enforcers coated in blood. Rain falling upon their felled bodies. Orcs join the numbers as well, young and old. You are free. But at what cost?
Is Alaric still with the Arcanist?
The Arcanist is still there, his arms crossed curiously over his chest, a hand upwards, sort of gently scratching at the bottom of his own chin, just taking it all in.
I never thought I'd see those colors diminished before. When my grandfather's bannermen moved them about, they stood so proud. And now, they're upturned over hundreds of corpses. A dark day.
He looks upwards for a moment, letting the rain catch both of you. He gives a small nod. There is much to be said for honor. But I fear that in this moment, there was none.
They wouldn't have stopped, would they? Had we flown white?
A part of me thinks they wouldn't. A part of me thinks that had they even seen white colors, they'd have just kept firing. But perhaps there was something in seeing the upturned colors of Ashford that changed their mind.
Before this Iron Duke came to Hayne, despite his many drawbacks, even then, even after his corruption, he clung to a more ancient Tyros, Arcanist. The Tyros that we can be once more. To a time where all this intrigue, all this nonsense was rare. Where a man could give his word and he be held accountable by it, not just by the one who made him give it, but by their peers, their subjects, their friends, their family. Where men came to another's hall and knew that ancient rights, more ancient than Tyros itself, protected them. To break bread over differences both old and new. And that should words fail, and they did, and often, they could trust the battle ahead of them to be honorable. For soldiers to fight soldiers, for warriors to face warriors. Towns unburned and unbowed by it. I think they took that desire of him for things to go back. They used that, but noble goal to twist them as they did. I want to prove him innocent. I will need your help. And Alaric looks from the ground to the Arcanist.
The Arcanist, who has been listening this entire time, this very sageful nod at understanding exactly what you're talking about. When you present the idea, his brows knit together. He looks at you.
I wish to prove Hain innocent. But I cannot trust anyone in Tyros, not even my own family. You, however, you come from abroad. You have contacts. Whatever is happening here could be happening in your very own home. Like it as not, what happened to Hain can affect Criso all the same. The abyss is, after all, everywhere. Help me. Help me find his innocence. And in it, we may get to the bottom of this.
There is a moment where he pauses, taking this breath to consider, to think. His hand outstretches for your own. There are many things that I must do first. I have been away for far too long. I must first find my previous ward. I must find one of your compatriots' brother, who was also in my care. And I must report back to my superiors. As a member of the Cinder Spear, I have been gone too long. And if they think me dead or turned, then I'm kill on sight. I must return to the Collegium first and foremost.
Alaric works Hain's body on his shoulder to the side to kind of free out his arm so that he can reach out and take the Arcanist's arm by its forearm space, like a warrior's clutch, hard. And he gives it like a slight leaning pull, and he leans himself towards him. Handle your affairs. But don't forget Tyros. And I will make sure that Tyros does not forget you.
Taking your forearm, matching that grasp, not as strong as you, but there is still that warrior's strength that is presented as he takes your forearm, sort of clasped tightly. He gives a nod of his head. Once my affairs are settled, and I am free to continue my search, I will assist you in any way that I can. For the thanks of your help here, and for the good that I hope you and yours will do for the Western Realm.
Alaric nods very placidly. Will you remain? Take some of the glory with the Orcs. Toast to his death.
No, I'm not one to cheer for deaths, even of my enemies.
That is something we share, then. Godspeed, Rainer.
Reaching up, the hand sort of relaxing against your grasp, the other hand coming up to very firmly pat your shoulder. And may the knowing mistress always guide you. He turns.
Alaric lets him go. Oh. The Eternal still holding him? I'm kidding, yeah. There we go.
I'm on a power game right now. No.
Pulls him back, takes him in his arms, and kisses him.
Oh, wow. All right.
Walking out of the main gate and back towards you, Yuria.
Yeah.
The Arcanist, reaching into his sort of breastplate that he wears, produces a strange stone, almost akin to like a $50, giving it a very subtle twist. It comes to rest in the center of his palm before he sort of flicks it upwards again and catches it between his thumb and his finger and holds it out to you.
Brow raised. She takes it and then asks, "What is this?"
I did promise that I would find your brother. Consider this a promise. A more physical token. And should you find any others in the world that are perhaps more wary of your skill set, present it. Maybe it'll stay their hand.
When he says skill set, her eyes sort of narrow on him. But she relents, observing this $50. I'm assuming it's some sort of sigil.
No, it is this strange coin-shaped object. It has a weird diamond cutout in the center with lines from the points that connect to triangles at the edges of the ring. The moment you hold it in your palm, like your palm's outstretched, you watch as it sort of begins to turn of its own volition before it is stood up on its edge, spinning. The Arcanist, bringing 2 fingers up to his brow, gives a very subtle salute as he begins to walk down the length of the bridge.
"What of your own ward?" she says to his back.
He stops. If you find a young tiefling woman, purple skin, darker purple hair, and soft eyes, her name is Viri. Tell her that her uncle is looking for her.
"Can I use this to contact you?" She jerks her head to the thing currently floating in her hand.
Get stronger and you just might be able to.
With a snort, she snatches the thing out of the air.
The moment you snatch it, it stops moving altogether. He gives a nod and continues on his path. Would you like to attune to the item?
Yeah, she'll wait a moment, watching him leave, and then look at it once again.
Holding it in your hand, the moment you open your palm, it begins to spin of its own volition until you stop it. As you attune to an alacrity stone. You gain a +1 bonus to your initiative rolls.
I can't wait for that initiative to get stolen again. The enemy will appreciate that, I am sure.
They do.
All right.
Hayne took my cred, man. Remember that? I was like, not this shit again.
Damn you, Hayne. All right. Well, now once attuned and figuring out what it does, she will go back to looking for her 2 lost prisoner companions, either alive or amongst the scattered corpses.
Roll me an investigation.
I'd like to join in this investigation across the ruined keep.
Sure.
Look for a suitable place to lay Haynes' cadaver. Cadaver is how you say it. Yeah, cadaver. Yeah, cadaver.
You can also roll me an investigation.
Oh, also,
Nice.
this is going to sound odd. How many corpses of crabs are there?
A surprising amount.
Damn. Is her supposed champion amongst the litter?
With your 9, it's relatively hard to tell. Taking a moment, I assume the rest of the party eventually makes their way down from the roof.
Indeed.
Taking a moment to investigate and search, you do find your 2 friends. Pater. Oh God, what was the other guy's name?
I know, I forget him every time too. This guy's so unlike Remarkable. Jesus.
Well, Pater was the one that talked to you the most, that's why. The other guy was just like nodding his head a lot.
Wasn't it just like Gregory or some shit like that?
I thought it was with an S.
I think it was Gerald. Or Gerald. Gerald and Pater. You do eventually find them. However, currently in orc capture, of which you would also see, Alaric, a figure who is perhaps the only person still fighting. Clad in plate mail, his long sword and short sword, you watch as he's sort of fending off 2 orcs who have more or less pushed him into a corner. He looks haggard. There's the streak of blood that closes one of his eyes, his hair matted with ash and blood. Guard Captain Nathan Kinsley,
Oh,
who is sort of feet apart, still in a stance, but you can tell he is exhausted. There are other orcs around him that have either been wounded or killed, and these are like 2 or 3 orcs trying to either kill him or get him to drop his arms. But you watch as like one of them approaches, he weakly slashes out with his sword.
who stumbles upon this?
You do, with your natural 20.
All right. So he hasn't really found a place to lay Hayne. Closest to him in this location, like in an instant of looking around him before setting the body down, anything.
Yeah, you could. There are plenty of open, bloodied spots on the floor.
Very well. So he's just gonna see the body of a man and couch Hayne up against him like he's a little fat couch, right?
Mhm.
And Alaric will advance upon the fight. Hard footsteps. And he'll break through the rain with a rather loud, "That's enough!"
Hearing the outburst, Yuria would quietly sort of approach the scene.
The 3 orcs that are harrowing the guard captain very suddenly turn, almost as if ready to, like, oh, more people to kill. But there's a look of recognition in one of their faces, seeing you approach, where they raise their hand, this brutish figure raising their hand to the others to stop. You see the guard captain still stood there, blades at the ready, but there's the ever so subtle relaxation of his shoulders. Now that the attention has been turned away from him, this moment where he's trying to, you very obviously catch his breath.
Despite them stopping, Alaric maintains a squint on them both. There's this very obvious spark of violence that gathers in his eyes. But after a moment, he releases like a rather deep exhalation of air, as though he had prized himself ready for another fight, to fight them, before turning towards the captain. Captain, I imagine that you're prepared to extend your surrender.
You see him sort of deep heaving breaths. One eye closed, the other one sort of having to blink rapidly with the rain that's falling down on him. He watches you for several moments, and his attention sort of drifting past to where you had laid Lord Hayne. The eye looking back to you. Did you do that?
Bring him here or end him.
He's sort of still catching his breath. End him.
We'll speak of Hayne after he's had his ceremony. Now trade your steels for a spade. We'll have you do some real work. You'll be burying your master's grave.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I'm sorry, I meant to say that again.
You hear the clatter of steel as he throws both of his swords down, his shoulders finally relaxing. Very well.
Sabine will walk up to the injured Nathan and give 1 point of healing, because that's what she's got right now. Because she spent the other 10 on Alaric. Actually, it's 2. I'm level 2 now. Never mind, 2 points of healing.
I believe you, in the fight, dumped lay on hands already.
ASMR stuff.
ASMR.
Oh, gotcha. He does stop your advance. Like, he pushes your hand away. Whatever you're thinking, I don't need it. Just let me catch my breath.
All right. He would notice that her hands are shaking.
Thank you, Dame Sabine. Very helpful.
The orcs, watching this interaction, sort of grunt harshly. The one that had called their sort of stayed their hands, gesturing for the other three, speaking in Orcish, as they begin to make their way through their own fallen.
There is a hard glare from the corvid helm of Uria at the guard captain, but since he is currently being tended to by 2 others of her party, she instead turns and moves towards her her new made companions. The ones
Peter
held by the
and Gerald.
Peter and Gerald. Good
Okay.
old Peter and Gerald.
You would see that it's mostly prisoners here. Just a number that had managed to escape. Taking the time to really sort of count out, at least here in the main area, or even more so just the meta information, right? Of the 250 prisoners within Hayne Keep, only 120 managed to escape. Of the 150 enforcers that served under Lord Hayne, only 25 remain. None of his knights remain, save for Guard Captain Kinsley.
Those enforcers, are they holding out someplace?
No,
or-
they are captured. Either they
Are they
threw
like-
down their arms when this all started, or they were beat.
Either way.
Where are they being kept? These
In
notes?
the main courtyard, they are in being bound by wrist and ankle.
All right.
There is a pause from Yuria while she's making her way towards the generic prisoners. Her eyes turn towards Alaric's back, and he hears in his head, "Do not forget what those nights looked like when we glimpsed into Hayne's realm."
Alaric looks over his shoulder to her and shares a knowing look before he resumes that steady approach to Hayne with the captain beside him. As tradition dictates, we bury the man. We perform the ceremony, and then we begin to tear at his name. Will you speak of him to me?
You see him sort of just staring, almost in disbelief. It's hard to tell, even in this moment, sort of blood-soaked, still keeping that neutral expression, but there is the faintest betrayal of it when he looks at Hayne, his caved-in chest plate, the closed eyes, this sort of more neutral expression of Hayne at peace. His attention lifts upwards, however, past the courtyard, past the main gate, as a retinue of orcs begin making their way in. At the head, Spinebreaker Gorik. At his side, Tora Grimtooth,
Also a.
heavily wounded. He is missing his entire left arm.
Oh.
Damn.
Sabine would move to Torag and she would drop her just to cure wounds.
Are we, the people who were on the wall, are we there? Are we like seeing this now?
Yeah, I asked you guys earlier if you guys were getting down.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if we had moved into the courtyard yet. Okay.
Cure wounds doesn't bring back limbs.
No, but it would stop bleeding and.
Oh, it's already stopped bleeding. There is the bandage that is sort of pressed over this thickly bloody stump. And you can see where there are other cuts, but it is more so just a residual sort of effect of battle. You can see that there is a figure clad in sort of softer furs and cloths that are tending to Torog. However, he will take your 8 points of healing. Sort of giving you a very, very sudden nod as some of the wounds on his chest begin to close, sort of stitching together.
Her hands linger for a second, like he'd be able to feel the shakiness in her as she brings him back to her chest, clasping over.
He sort of looking at you and looking down at himself, his left arm entirely gone. When we led the battle and rushed the breach, trying to get into the keep, Hayne was there. He met me steel for steel and took this pound of flesh. I barely managed to escape.
He almost did the same to Alaric. I had to knock him away. And through whatever grace Sariel has given me, I managed to do so. But I couldn't finish it.
You see Guruk's face. This older orc, the one that you had met aboard the Primora. You can see the clean-shaven, sort of very squared jaw, the hair that's pulled back, almost entirely gone off the top of his head, save for the very thick bundle in the back that's made into this hanging ponytail. The fur that hangs from the shoulders off of his giant spiked pauldrons, and the massive axe that he wields, sort of turning to rest it as if using it like a cane. Then Hain is still alive?
No, Alaric finished it.
Show me.
At this point,
Shoulder
is he being
gesture.
buried?
No. It was as you were talking about burying him.
Mm-hmm.
Is when. So Spinebreaker, being several feet taller than you, Sabine, looking over to see the guard captain and Alaric and the laid out body of Lord Samuel Hain. Heavy footfalls as he pushes himself away. Now breaking away from the gathering of orcs that occupy the gate. The squelching mud, the falling of rain, the crackle of thunder. As Spinebreaker Goric approaches you, Alaric.
Alaric's back is turned towards Hain. He never did turn around to look at the approaching entourage. But he heard his voice. He knows who's approaching.
Coming to stop, just a few feet away. The looming presence of the orc. His attention not on you or the guard captain, but on Hain. He mutters something in Orcish. These harsh-sounding words, but said with some air to them. Not said like a curse. Pulling the axe in front of him, resting the pommel of it, both hands set atop the axe head. What are your plans for him?
Alaric, still focused on Hain's body, his rested features, while his own very subtly need this thinking look. Never once interrupted the Spinebreaker. Not until he's spoken to. Well, I had hoped to see him buried. To give him rest. Why, do you have other plans? And he looks to the side and up to Spinebreaker.
I do not. No. But the one responsible for bringing my son to me desires to see the body. I'm sure you understand.
Once she's brought about by her mention, Alaric's face coils in unhidden disdain, and he harks back and then spits by his feet. She will get to see his body. She will not get her hands on him.
The Spinebreaker's brows knit together, staring at you for several long beats. Reaching down, he produces this long, curved horn made of this dark material. Thick iron bands that are connected across it. Bringing it up to his lips, he inhales before exhaling, and through it, this booming sound. Reverberating can be felt in the chest of all that are stood nearby. A moment passes as the sound echoes, carried into the wind. Pulling it back, resting it onto his waist. He gives you a very small shake of his head. Eventually, through one of the fallen lifts, the water has raised all the way up until it is spilling over the edge. Shalyu and her warriors come forth. Striding through the wet mud and grass, the water falling onto their scales and their armor, lacking a lot of the luster that it would usually have underwater. Shalyu, her attention lifted upwards towards the sky, to the fires that burn around, as she makes her way into the center of the courtyard, passing over numerous bodies, orc, an enforcer, and prisoner.
When Shalyu joins the fray, Yuria would depart from her attempts to find her two lost prisoners and meet up with the gathering. Floating close by Shalyu and her escort.
Seeing you approach, there is that smile that takes her lips as the symbol on your forehead glows. A hand outstretched for yours.
She would have the mask on, so you'd see the sort of radiance reflect from beneath the mask as she would offer her hand back.
Taking your hand, she leads you now to where Alaric, Nathan, and Spinebreaker stand over the body of Lord Samuel Hayne. She stops, seeing you, Alaric, looking at the hole that has been caved into Hayne's chestplate. What have you done with his heart?
Alaric works his jaw in stifled silence. And when he looks up towards the priestess, it's this very dissimulated turn where his eyes, as though they are reopening again, to look at her. It beats no more. Is that not enough?
She gives you a very curious look. No. No, it is not. I desired to see Hayne's face when he drowned underwater, when I held my hands around his throat and watched him struggle to breathe, just like so many of my own had. If I could not have that, then I will have his heart.
You'd have me quarter the man to satisfy your bygone revenge? Truly, he's dead. And I have worse news for you. Your real enemy, the one who caused all that pain, It wasn't him. And they still live.
Her eyes narrow on you. For a moment, almost as if forgetting, sort of squeezing your hand very tightly, Yuria, until realization kicks in and she lets it go.
When she squeezes, Yuria will lean over and whisper in her ear, that bird-like visage close to her face. A duke commanded his movements. A duke of iron.
You are telling me that some other being controlled this one when he laughed in the faces of our children who cried and begged for their life. It was not this one laid on the floor with his chest open who laughed at them.
Not controlled. Corrupted. And she whispers very softly, I looked into Hayne's mind. There are so many voices in there. It was so loud. It was a cacophony of rage and anger. His own thoughts drowned. It was him that ended your people, and I do not blame you for wanting your piece of him, your post-mortem revenge. I would likely wish the same. But I am telling you there are still dangers to your people. His closest advisor, now I suspect to be his handler, still lives. The Duke's mouth.
You can see where the gills on her throat have sort of flared outwards. You can see the darkened coloration that's taken her face as she grits those sharpened teeth. If there are others that are responsible, then the ocean will claim them too. But for the sake of all of mine that have been slaughtered, give us what we are owed.
Priestess, if experience has taught me one thing, it is that there are no villains, only those doing their best. Life, the way it truly is, it is not a battle between good and bad, but even bad and worse. And Hayne was bad once, but he was made worse by them. And if you were to ask any of his men, they would tell you he was a practical man. He did not take joy in the suffering he brought about. He ran a business. What he became, how he perished, things went into his mind and curled him into nothing more than a mockery, a shadow semblance of who he once was. I do not care if it was his voice you heard, his laughter that mocked you. I refuse to believe it was him.
You can see where anger has taken her expression. Her fists curled tightly, white-knuckled.
Sensing the anger, Yuria turns to Alric, speaking to him. Alric,
No.
you lecture a woman who has lost more than anyone here in this keep. Hain has no use for that piece of him anymore. That body will decompose no matter what you do to it. It is limp and dead. What is the harm in giving her what she craves?
Yuria, look around you. You see this destruction? The many corpses? This is what revenge is. What do you think will happen if she has that revenge boiling inside of her be fed?
On a dead heart,
I
on a
don't think
dead man.
Kellen kind of pipes up finally and says, I don't really think it's a matter of morality at this point. The price was the price, and without her help, we wouldn't be here free. So let her be on with it.
Yuria nods to Talanos, agreeing
Without
with
our
his sentiment.
Kellen.
Yeah, it's
Not
been
telling us.
God damn it. I
Wrong
was
game.
looking at his name in Discord, so I just said Talanos.
I should change that at some
No! My immersion!
point. Ruined.
We helped each other equally.
Mm,
There's no debts here.
the price was made. And for what she's asking, it's a small price to pay.
Rainier,
You can
this is
still
our
get him.
this is our countryman we're speaking of. And he's dead already. Is that not enough?
You don't
Yeah,
want
no.
to ask me what my feelings are on those who would betray our realm. If it were up to me, I would have his head on a spike as an example. But I understand the need to bury a man who was once great, and he shall be buried. But if this pound of flesh is what the price was for her assistance in dealing with this traitor, then it is a small price.
I made an oath, Alaric. That was the price to be paid for their cooperation.
Player clarification. What was it actually? The heart that was the
Absolutely
bargain?
not. She's just telling you that it was an oath. Hoping
No,
Alaric forgot.
she wanted to be the one to
Yeah.
murder him.
Yeah, she
You
outright
robbed
wanted to
her
do
of
that.
that, so she wants
that
his
I
heart.
know.
Yeah, she wanted
know
to
that,
strangle
but-
him and drown him, but like all she wants at this point is just a piece of meat from him.
My point is, this is new print on the deal, right? That's
Oh.
my point.
So the deal itself was we got Torg in the Bastille, and they went in and saved Torg. That was the heart of the deal. However, the sigil is still glowing on her forehead. And she did mention that it would not go away until, I believe she said Haynes Keep would drown and the Sahagin left.
Well, the drowning part I don't think was actually set in stone, but I believe the deal, if I recall right, was that the whole thing was just so that you don't betray them, essentially, which you didn't.
Okay.
Nevertheless,
Giving it a moment's thought. Working his hands, feeling his bloodied knuckles, fresh still with Haynes' blood. With the sensation of his teeth having buried into them when he punched them. I provide a compromise then. We all owe our success to Spinebreaker. And Alaric turns and looks to the old and wise orc with his big axe. You were a hero around Rowfield. But I suppose that is what they call you when you kill so many that the word murderer falls short. What do you think is a suitable fate for Hain?
Adjusting his palms on the top of his axe. He gives a moment to look around. I did not know Hida before, when everything was different. I have only known him to be what he is now, what he lays on the floor as. I do not know him as a great man. I do not know him as a hero. I know him as a beast who controlled morlings, who turned on his countrymen. If I were to have it my way, his entrails will be fed to our beasts of war, his bones worn by victors, his skull hung from our yurts.
Kellen can't help but give a nod.
But he is not mine. He is not an orc. He is not of my people. I cannot judge what happens to his body. I am not the one that killed him.
Auric nods, sullen, grim, but level, and he turns to Kellen. If you feel this is so fair, and you want his blood so badly, then it should be your knife that bears his heart, and your hand that hands it over. But think it through, Ranger.
If that is what is required of me to do, but I believe that the priestess wishes for it for herself.
What? Any objections to that, priestess? Alaric snaps at her.
Her eyes have been narrowed on you this entire time. It's almost a moment where she didn't even realize that the conversation had turned. There's just that seething. But as you present the idea of Kellen carving out the heart, she turns to look at you, Kellen. You watch as she reaches for her belt and pulls out that ornamental blade that she had been using in the ritual. And hands it out, handle first.
We're making a statement, are we? Very well. And Kellen will reach out and grasp the knife, kind of look at everyone, and Silver Eyes kind of in a, sort of giving like a "don't you judge me" kind of look.
The orcs
But
don't have that look at all.
Mostly his own party. He's like, don't judge me for this,
Sabine's been kind of quiet, head down in her hands.
Well, I think when it's made obvious that Kellen is going to do it, Alaric just kind of looks off to the side, hands to his hips.
There's no reason to watch if you don't wish to see this. I wouldn't blame you.
It's not that. I am ashamed of you.
You don't know me as well as you think, then. In the wilds, we have to do a great many things to fight off threats that most people don't even believe exist.
But time to speak of compromise. Do it.
Using his knowledge of, survival, dressing carcasses and stuff like that from hunting. He will kind of like peel away the breastplate first and make quick work.
I will
from
say
the
there's
up.
very much a difference between carving open a deer and another human being.
Not as much as you might think.
I mean, in terms of psychological shit.
Oh, well. Kellen has probably dissected a fair few morlings, so this is probably not too different for him.
Morling anatomy is very different from humans. But continue.
In his mind, Hain was basically like a half step from being.
Oh
a
my
Morling.
god.
Let's.
Just fucking cut him open. You're both right.
Yeah, you're both pretty. Oh yeah, but he'll make a quick and clean work of it. He's not gonna like eviscerate this guy. He's just gonna like very quickly do it.
Like deli meat.
Pretty much.
Shalyu's anger at what she perceived to be betrayal from an elf settles as you begin to carve open Hain. Until eventually,
He'll do his best to kind of leave the corpse more or less intact, though, like not like rip his ribs open or anything.
sure. Show me I mean, you have to but give me a.
You don't have to. You can go up for the abdomen.
Yeah, but you're displacing a lot of shit. Roll me a survival.
There is a lot of displacement of shit happening. But
I swear to fucking
What?
God.
like, listen, everybody else can have their monologuing roleplay bullshit. Let me have mine. Stop bitching.
With a 16, you managed to pry free the heart. Thankfully, not destroying too much else, though your forearms and hands are gore covered.
Naturally, yeah. Can't really help that. Some Walking Dead level shit.
You have the heart?
Yeah, with that in mind, with that in hand and the knife, he turns to Shalyu and proffers both the heart and the knife, one in each hand, to her.
It is a warrior that takes the knife, and it is Shalyu that takes the heart. Held between both of her hands, she sort of runs her thumbs over the surface of it as it secretes whatever blood was left inside. She holds it, gives a very small, appreciative nod. The symbol glowing beneath your helmet, Yuria, fades.
As they do. Your crustaceans were of tremendous aid.
Shalyu turns over to look at over her shoulder, and see the numerous piled and broken corpses of the crabs.
My crabs!
I am glad that their purpose was fulfilled, and they were able to assist you and yours in your escape. Know that they died happy, which I did not expect.
Hopefully those that still live will continue to feast. Give my regards to my champion. A sign of thanks for their old mistress.
Shelly gives a bow of her head, looking now to the whole of the party, glancing past Alaric. My people, thank you for your help. Though we were not responsible for killing Hain as we wish that we were, I am forever grateful for felling this beast. we will return home to the southern waters, to Zinala. I hope that the next time, should we ever see each other again, it will be in passing and as allies. That word is when she settles her attention on Alaric.
Well, he, as she spoke, I imagine she would have heard his breathing, wet and crackly, and one half of his leathery face sagging with anger, the drooping corner of his mouth glistening with one bead of stray spit that when she eventually does look at him, he harks down between his feet as response.
For a moment. What the fuck? For a moment, she holds that stare. It's almost challenging watching you before she eventually turns. Her warriors bowing as they begin to make their way back to the flooded lift. Their visage growing ever more distant until one by one, the water splashes, disturbed by their presence, and they sink into the depths below, having claimed their bounty.
Captain, help me here. Alaric will move towards Hain and removing any piece of cloth available, any tattered cape around, anything, he'd wrap up the open wound on his chest, that surgical cut, to try and give him back that dignity taken from him.
You can see as he's already like been holding a like another person's tabard as this whole thing has been going on, and as Shalu leaves, as the warriors leave, and you turn to the guard captain, for the first time in a very long time, there's this deep set scowl on his face as Shalu leaves, and he begins to help you.
Alaric. Yuria turns back to them as they prepare the corpse. The ever-annoying pest hovering over the grave that they stand. I'm assuming they're in the grave.
They're just beginning to start digging it.
As they begin to dig, she would hover. Actually, are you guys over the corpse at the moment? Like, is anyone looking over it?
I'd imagine that any second that she spends thinking is accentuated by the sound of two shovels hitting the dirt.
Gotcha.
And
that case,
spade on the side.
She will quietly move over to Hain's body. She will attempt to wrestle the grimoire free.
What are you doing, Yuria?
She pauses. The grimoire. We will need it. It may have answers we seek. She rises, hands crossed. She doesn't seem angry. She's just... It's almost patronizing in, like, its patience.
Alaric seems to be struggling with a little bounty of his own of emotions. And he looks up to the sky for a moment, then the shallow grave that he's been digging out, sweat on his brow. It shouldn't be you. You're not from Tyros. Have Lady Lamordia take it, or Dame Savine. Wherefore symbolism anymore? Dignity.
There's an inhalation of with the intent to protest,
You're not even from around here.
but the breath merely escapes, and she only bows her head, looking to the others, waiting to see who would try to take the grimoire.
Silverell would.
Approaching. Zilderel, you
Very
see
silently, not making really any noise at all.
you see the aforementioned grimoire bound by chain to Lord Haynes' waist. Relatively simple for you to unbind both edges, both of the connecting points of the chain, and lift the grimoire up, freeing it from the body.
While I'm there, can I search for any kind of signia?
Yeah, roll me an investigation.
Something that would designate him and his stature within my house.
Mm-hmm. Holding the grimoire. Holding the grimoire and attempting to search through the fixtures of Lord Hayne, you feel almost like hands creeping up the length of your back. This cold touch, long fingers that almost seem to poke through the chainmail until they work their way up to your shoulder and press and sort of hold themselves there, like this new weight has been added.
She would steel herself and hope to continue looking.
Taking your time. There's a moment where the sound almost seems to fade. Even the gentle fall of rain becomes muted. You hear it. It's distant at first. It almost sounds like cannon fire. Almost. And then begins to swell. This static. This strange noise. Without even really realizing, you're listening to it in its voices. The cries of people. The wailing screams that assault your senses. Your vision begins to narrow like a tunnel. Blackness holding the edges and drawing it closer and tighter. That weight on your shoulders becomes more intense. The hands shifting from them to begin slowly wrapping around your neck, beginning to apply pressure. It's becoming harder to breathe. What is your alignment, Silderel?
Laurel is
I think you were neutral good because
she's neutral good, yeah.
Okay. You feel the hands the long fingernails beginning to dig into the skin around your neck. The hands tightening on either side of your throat, like it's trying to crush your windpipe.
Would any of us notice her struggling?
One moment. Sildaril, what are you doing?
So, when she's looking for the insignia, is this what's happening?
Correct. Holding that grimoire and beginning to search through his things. You feel this presence. The darkness closing in, the coloration around you changing from its orange hue of burning torches to soft teal.
She would probably continue searching until the very last moment that her, I guess, mental capacity or mental strength would let her endure this.
Roll me a wisdom save.
Oh my god.
You're mentally able to withstand this pressure that's being applied to your senses. Those of you around her would see that she has more or less stopped moving. You can hear the sort of grunting breath. Though, in your mind, Sildaril, you are still searching through Lord Haynes' things.
How fast does it take for her to start apparently choking when she takes the grimoire? Is it like almost instant, or is it like after like a few minutes?
It's after it's a couple beats where she has it and her hand is sort of outstretched towards like the small satchels or towards this gauntlet, and then her motion sort of seize up. And she stood there, or sort of knelt there, and then eventually you could hear the strain. So roll me another investigation while they're doing this. Okay. What's everybody else doing?
How visible is the, like, is it out in the open, or is it like next to her? Does she have it like under her arm?
Sildaril?
When she took it off his side, she would have placed it, the chain, over her pauldron, right? To kind of hang it down in front of her, but able to use her right arm.
And it's slung over like a purse almost.
Kind of, but she wears a single pauldron on her right shoulder.
Got it.
And so she would have slung it over this chain, over the entire pauldron, and hung it forward.
Okay.
So is it resting on, like your armor?
It would be like on her right, like chest, and the chain is wrapped under the pauldron.
Okay. Yuria would circle around to eye Sildaril's expression at the moment while she's choking, sort of crouching down to observe.
Do Sildaril's eyes glow at all?
They are a golden yellow with a blue ring around them. But they do not glow. At least not when they glow when she activates her scale ability, her dragon ability.
Understood. you would see Yuria turning to face her completely, that her features have begun to almost turn blue.
Oh.
The teal glow taking that outer ring coloration of her eyes.
There is a sort of exasperated sigh from Yuria's lips. She draws Gogglad, and it looks like she stabs Siluril, but instead she stabs straight into the middle of the grimoire.
Oh. High or low?
Hi.
Please don't fucking kill me.
That wasn't the idea.
You taking this moment, this quick thinking, brandish Gogglad and stab it forward into the grimoire. You hear You watch as the texture of the book, the grimoire itself, begins to almost gray and dull. You watch as the pages inside begin to wither and turn. Eventually, the book seemingly crumbling into pieces as something is siphoned into the blade. Sildaril, there's a moment searching through Hain's possessions. You remove the gauntlet finally and see the signet, the ring over his middle finger, the crest of House Ashford, this beautiful jeweled ring. The upward turned swords, the tree with golden acorns, the mountains that make the background. This beautiful ring, and as you pull it free, this signifier of him, you inhale sharply, not of your own volition, your body naturally inhaling. As you find yourself knelt in front of Lord Hain, the wet of the rain now falling against your person, that rush of temperature hitting you again, as you see Yuria stood before you, pulling back Gogglad.
Yuria, what in the world?
Sildor would kind of fall forward, right? Like landing, like, forward as if she's been, void of air. And, will literally fall almost to her chest, right? Her arm, like, catching her next to Hain. As she coughs and harshly breathes.
Yuria, pausing a moment, letting Silvero catch her breath. Eventually, kneels down. Are you all right? She offers a hand to Silvero.
She does not accept it.
What did you do?
Silveril was choking. I believe the grimoire was cursed. It would not surprise me if Hain had some sort of defense for anyone wishing to touch it. So I destroyed the book.
Out of play question. Is that a lie?
I mean, you saw her destroy the book.
I did see that.
It's hard to tell what is and is not a lie with Yuria. For one, she has the helmet on, and her voice is very deadpan most of the time. Out of character, she's not lying. I mean, you saw her destroy it. The intent was to destroy it. The side effects are not known even to her yet.
That's what I was more so asking.
No, out of character. I am not lying. I am not aware of what happened.
Like picking up dice to roll.
I have no idea what actually happened.
Fair enough.
Nathan, who's been watching the entire time, has sort of stopped digging. His expression settled on Sildaril.
Her tabard's still glowing, by the way.
I never dismissed it.
It's just House Ashford tabard just fucking beacon on her chest.
He's sort of... It almost looks like he's about to start, but then stops himself and very quickly just goes back to shoveling, digging up large clumps of dirt and mud, mostly.
Silra would remove the ring and place his gauntlet back on.
Peculiar note is that you have the signet, but his gauntlet was still on.
Oh!
So as you
What?
Yeah, as you went to go put the gauntlet back on, you realize you never took the gauntlet off, but the signet ring is in your hand.
Silra would roll, she sits up, next to his body and just holds the ring in her hand, her right hand, and then her left hand cups underneath it. And she's just staring at it. We will need this if we are to prove our innocence for something. Regardless of how you felt about the man, he was not always this way. At least people of my house will think that. I would like to do the same and explain what he had become to more than just our house, so other houses do not think this is how we operate.
Torug, who has been watching this entire ordeal, sort of steps forward, his right hand up, sort of cupping the lack of limb on his left side, and just sort of looking between Alaric and Sildaril. I must know. Did he die a warrior's death? Or did you stab him in the back?
He died unconscious.
And afraid.
He did fall in combat, though, to answer your question more directly.
Hearing that he died unconscious, that he died afraid, and even with your attempt to alleviate by saying he fell in combat, Torug's expression sort of screws, his lips pursing together as he looks between the lot of you. Slowly turns, makes his way back into the crowd, sort of hobbling as he does.
Before he runs off, is there time to do like a call out to him?
Absolutely. He's not walking fast. He walks with like this sort of forced limp because there's no sort of mechanical movement of his left side. So there's this weird off balance that he has to walk with now.
Yeah. Sort of impaling the spade into the mound that he's created beside the grave now. With a sort of decisive noise, he turns to Torug. Torug, wait.
He pauses, sort of hobbling and turning now to face you.
Whether you care whether or not he died with honor, do you want to stake your own bounty on him? Claim revenge?
That man took my arm and imprisoned me for longer than I can count, drowned me in the ocean, beat me, whipped me, cut me with mourning blades. But no, I did not want my peace. I hoped he died a warrior. Hoped that some part, whatever was him, fought bitter to the end, bloody and thrashing on the field. But to hear that he died afraid, to die unconscious, it's a pity to his memory.
I agree. But circumstances wouldn't let it be any other way. And not simply for the sake of the fish folk, but your people as well.
Torog,
He turns to look at you.
I may not know you very well. Solar would grip at the tabard and pull it forward, right? Like she's tightened against it. Oh, such fed. Was not Hain. I hope that this creature he became does not reflect him a part of our house. We would never have done that.
There's a very faint smirk that takes his lips. No, I have seen House Ashford and its warriors. His only hand gesturing to you. I know. There's this very long pause. You can see where the left arm, what remains of like the shoulder and the nub, almost trying to move, like if he had his arm. And the realization that dawns on his face as he curls his right fist and sort of presses it very suddenly to his chest.
I hope you find peace in the freedom of your future battles. And she would do the same. She has already gripped the tabard. She would just smack against her chainmail.
Pulling his fist back. He watches you for a moment. Looking to Alaric, Kellen, Marana, Sabine, Yuria. He gives a nod. He begins to hobble his way through what remains of the orcs. Some of them breaking off to follow him, assisting him where he needs it, as they guide him back to a vessel. It's Spinebreaker Goruk.
Is he still around? Spinebreaker, that is?
Absolutely. He has been more or less going through the prisoners as this has been happening, and it's been pulling. Here's another note, a very curious note that you would only realize now. Not all of these prisoners have Permidium manacles. As the Spinebreakers breaking chains and breaking the manacles that some are wearing, only of the 120 that are here, only 4 others had Primidium.
One of those things where he had to know who might have magical abilities and who did not, kind of thing.
Safe to assume. Then again, there are some of your party that didn't even have magical abilities and were still slapped in Primidium.
Indeed.
Interesting.
So the Spinebreaker is occupied with that. The other orcs are currently interrogating what remains of Haynes' enforcers. Guard Captain Nathan Kinsley is digging a very deep grave in the mud and dirt.
Siluril, what would you ask of a man with nothing?
Silver would look up from the ring at him. I would ask him for his best.
In Tyros, the best is not enough. Turns slowly and takes the spade free from the mound of dirt and joins the captain.
That may be true, but sometimes it is all we have to give.
Here in Tyros, as Toruk understands, for I believe he's more Tyrosian than even myself. To die with honor is enough. And he reaches forward and places a palm to the captain's chest, sort of warding him off of the grave and giving him a meaningful look, as in, I'll take it from here to finish the last bid of the squared pit. That'll be Haynes' grave.
There's there's immediate resistance from the guard captain, who has driven the spade into the dirt and the mud as you attempt to push him away. He gives a shake of his head. For all that it's worth, I served this man before he became what he was. He took me on when I was very young. Let me have this.
Very well. For a moment I thought I was forcing you.
If he does, there's a moment where it looks like he's about to start and stops himself. Gives a shake of his head and just continues to shovel.
Well, in solemn silence, together they shovel. Any act more human than 2 people digging a grave?
After the better part of an hour, having to dig and wade through mud, with the rest of the prisoners being freed, those that survived, with the orcs taking their dead, you see them sort of taking whatever broken pieces of lumber that they can that haven't been soaked all the way through. You can see them beginning pyres. Many of the prisoners are sort of aimless, looking around, sort of realizing that they've been freed from this system, but Where do they go now? Where's their next meal coming from? Some you see are just pilfering. They've been freed from their manacles and they're running enforcers' pockets, stripping them of armor, stripping them of armaments. Others are looting the broken buildings that they can get through. Some have just clustered together, talking to each other.
You said Haynes' personal room was smashed in, right?
Oh yeah, the entire with how long the barrage had went for, the entirety of the main keep is all but destroyed.
Oh, okay. Yuria would start to hover near the different gaggles of prisoners. Her eye looking for ones of promise.
What are you looking for?
Well, we need allies. She would try to root out the ones that had the primidium chains.
Sure. We'll call this an investigation.
Very well.
What is everybody else doing?
Sabine is trying to use what standing water there is to scrub the blood off of her.
Ooh. The water that is available for you to wash yourself with is the flooded lift shafts that go all the way down to the other cells. However, they are also filled with bodies and corpses.
Would I see her doing this?
You weren't helping with burying Hayne or anything, right?
No, she's just sitting next to him, holding the ring.
Then yeah, you'd have definitely seen it.
She would, call out to, Sabine. What are you doing?
It's not coming off.
What is not coming off?
The blood.
She would look up from, the general area that she's rummaging through, right? And she, the water up to, Sabine's, face. What kind of expression would she hold?
Sabine has this kind of 1,000-yard stare. The realization that she killed somebody for the first time, weighing home.
Would Silderell recognize this, DM? As she's probably seen it in other soldiers she's fought against, or with and against.
I would say so, yeah. That realization, that dissociation.
It is never easy the first time. And it doesn't necessarily get easier the second, the third, the fourth.
I didn't hesitate on that man. I hesitated on Hayne, but not that man.
Silver would kind of palm the ring, right? And point her arm forward and trace her fingers over the gold tattoos on her arm, and she would cast prestidigitation on on Sabine's clothing and armor.
How would you describe? Does your magic have like a temperature or texture?
All of her magic is very resemblant to the dragon that gave it to her.
Oh, so very warm then.
Yeah, it would be warm and would look like the stains and the blood and the debris that would cling to her, the fabrics of her clothing would burn to ash or cripple away, you know.
This moving warmth, burning away, though not actually burning you, but causing it to fleck and burn and turn to ash before fading into nothing as she moves her hands across it. The last things to go being the blood that coats your palms, your fingers, as it turns a dark brown and black, and before fading into nothing until your palms are free, no longer bloodstained.
She would, in one swift movement, kind of turn and just hug Silro.
Silro would be like she hugs her, right? And she's just like,
Sorry.
The stains may be gone, but in here, and she will tap at her head. In here, it will stay until you have come to terms with it. I can help you look pristine, how I assume you prefer, but I cannot help your mind. That is not my place to play. And she would kind of glance at at Yuria.
What?
Gently pat Sabine's shoulder, kind of really awkwardly. She's like, not really the emotional.
She's not the emotional support
The emotional pitcher, you know, or they just pour out. It's just like I dribbled a little. Here you go.
Sabine would stand up and just kind of... I hope I can work through it in time. It's just... I've never seen anything so ugly.
Oh, I assure you there are uglier things out there.
Kellen and Alaric, there's a moment where the spine breaker calls both of you.
Kellen will go over, kind of having wanted to have a word with him anyway, so this works out.
There's another moment where he pauses, sort of searching for a moment until his eyes settle on you, Sildaril. The large orc hand gesturing you over.
Silro would sigh, patting Sabine on the shoulder. Duty never ceases to call. And she would stand up with just a groan, right, from all the wounds that she still harbors underneath her chainmail. And she would tightly palm the ring and walk over.
Once all three of you are there. Oh, yes, Alaric?
Well, Alaric would have delayed answering the summons too quickly, digging out 2 bits of dirt before looking up to the captain, almost apologetically. I suppose it will be your honor, then. He nods, sets the shovel down, and goes.
There's a moment where, as you crawl your way out, you hear, not even just a moment after you've stepped out, the sort of the shoveling again, but you would hear a voice. May I? In which one of the prisoners has approached. The guard captain hesitates for a moment, gestures to the other shovel. The younger-looking man climbs his way in, begins helping the guard captain.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Yes, screams Alaric's soul.
The spinebreaker, still resting on his axe, wherever he stands, waits for the three of you to approach.
I have no authority when it comes to the lives of these men left under the employ of Hain. I thought at first to leave it in the hands of you.
He gestures to Sildar.
Given your ties to House Ashford. However, my associates have brought knowledge to me that one amongst you is highly favored in the courts. A prince.
He turns to look at Alaric.
These are not our men to judge.
I believe your judgment wise. Let it be her choice. Alaric turns to Sularil, but there's a moment there in the flicker of a look that he stares at Kellen just to see his opinion on it.
Colin just he shakes his head, and I am conflicted. There is always those who will say they were only following orders, and I don't always believe that that is an excuse. However, there does seem to be more at work here than just choice. Perhaps there's more to it. Maybe they weren't in full control. Or maybe they were too terrified to do anything else. Man can justify a lot when they're terrified. I would rather not see them executed out of hand. If there's mercy to be had, then perhaps we should extend it. I believe we've all had enough blood on our hands for one day.
Spinebreaker says nothing.
What of you, Spinebreaker? What is your next move?
I would sooner turn this place into nothing more than a rock for birds to perch. It has served as nothing more than a place of misery and pain. But it is not mine. I do not belong to Ashford. As such, we will be using what vessels we have to bring these prisoners, these men, back to the mainland and return to our island.
Might we also be able to go with you back to the mainland? Not having a boat of our own.
I thought you'd like to swim. Yes.
After spending 2 days in the Bastille, I think I've had enough of water.
I thought you only made you fonder of it.
You and yours would be the first we would take to the mainland. However, with Ashford's control over the southern waters and the morning sea, and the serpents of Eredhurst that are very eager to plunder vessels not flying family colors. We will take you north and drop you on the southern shores of the Ettermore to ensure our safety. I'm sure you understand.
Absolutely.
Ugh. I had hoped you'd take us east. But yes, I too understand.
I can guide us safely through the wilderness, I believe. I am quite familiar. Perhaps even meet up with the rest of my team. Who knows?
That is all fine and well, but before this became a place of misery and sorrow, it served a purpose.
You're right. It guarded the southern boundary of Tyros. So that brings us back to the last question, Silmaril. What would you have us do of these men?
The Spinebreaker turns, looking now at the only 25 enforcers that remain. Their armors tattered, weapons discarded. Some look apprehensive, wearing this expression of nervousness. Others, however, wear this deep scowl.
Silmaril would have been looking downward. She would slowly turn her head to view each of these enforcers. Where once they, might have come across her in the cells as a prisoner. And she would raise her head, looking at them. I am but the ward of House Ashford. Somehow I ended up here as a prisoner, not a welcomed guest to the keep. Perhaps it was both in the same. I am still troubled by that. Why I would be sent here to effectively my prison. I believe that control of this place will be lost should we leave it. But I am not the one to choose. If these men truly fly colors of House Ashfield, they will stay. If they leave, they will be branded deserters.
Spinebreaker, adjusting his hands on the top of his great axe, looks back to the prisoners and looks to the guards that are the orcs that are guarding them.
You heard her. Free their minds. Allow them to rebuild. Once we are free of this place, and our people returned, and the prisoners freed, we will send an envoy to House Ashford and let them know what has happened. They may choose to rebuild and still a new vassal, but it will not be Hain.
Lord Hain's line will end here with the rain.
Alaric holds out a hand as though in a strangely respectful manner, asking to this gesture if he could offer Spinebreaker his opinion on it. Less like out of respect for his title, more so his age, yeah?
He brings a hand up to stop the orcs who are already moving. They sort of pause for a moment. He turns to look at you.
I believe there may be here an opportunity for us that we haven't broached, Spinebreaker. You have defeated Hain. For all the talk he made of you, the mockery he made of you, you rose to the challenge and defeated him. And in the victory, you acted with honor, followed the old tradition. Why return home? Why not remain? That letter you sent to the Ethanmore, why not pledge instead? What has inaction brought to you, if not suffering? You could be the one to command this side of Tyros. You could take an active hand in fixing our mistakes. And more importantly, much more importantly, keep an eye upon the affairs of the Ethanmore and ensure things remain honorable and fair.
Find myself agreeing with Alaric.
I
don't know of anyone better who could probably command this site.
He looks at you very pointedly, Sildaril, with your interjection.
What are your convictions for House Ashford?
He sort of blinks.
I do not swear to House Ashford. I have always been my own. Same with my people. We have guarded the southern waters for as long as our tribe has existed. We fight Morlings and beasts from the islands of glass. Raiders, creatures of darkness. But we have not sworn to any house. In truth, my dealings with Hain have been my only taste of human politics.
I'm unsure of House Ashford's stance to lose hold upon this place. I do not disagree that you are unable from what I have seen so far. But I would not ask you to stay here and accept Warden of the Waters if it were to mean that my house would lay onslaught to you to reclaim it. I would prefer to find a much more to find a better option.
I may provide a second option, then. What of the name Blackmane? Does it command respect in the Isles?
We know of Valagar, of his and his kindred, of the dealings he makes with other tribes. Ours is too far, too close to Edenmore for him to have dealt with us, but we have dealt with orcs that deal with Blackmane. They
As
are
of-
no friends to House Ashford.
Elric nods softly. Cocks turning. As of very recent, Rofield has been pushed back to the river pass. Their influence waning. Waning due to scheming. You say you have no taste for the politics. Fair. I understand. I don't take kindly to them much myself. But I do not believe we stand in times where being alone is good enough. Seek him out, the very least, chieftain. Seek him out and hear him out. Perhaps he can give you better options than I can. But you must seek allies. You must. After what happened here, it will resonate throughout the continent. And I do not wish to see its ripples pull at you even more than they have already. At your son.
Once we have returned you and yours to the southern shores, and we have returned these men, those that wish to leave, I will seek an audience with Blackmane and the other tribes to see what can be done. But I can make no assurances. My orcs, my people, have had their fill of Tarosi courts, of lords and ladies. We have many to mourn.
It's understandable, and I hope that once your mourning and your honoring your dead is complete, perhaps together with humans and orcs, maybe we can have a brighter future, and we can safeguard this realm for both our people's sakes. I think that the realm of man could have no better ally than an honorable people such as yours.
While this conversation has been happening, Yoria, Sabine, Marana, what have you three been doing?
Eventually, Yuria would, finding just gaggles of prisoners, she would instead turn to the allies that she already has and seek out Marana.
Marana, during all of this, may have gone to seeing the burial happening, may have gone to scavenge a bit of cloth or a spare standard with which to contain the body in before it reaches its
You're helping the guard
resting
captain?
place. Not directly, no. I wouldn't be digging the grave, but I'd be going to look for like a spare standard or something to wrap the body in before it goes in the hole.
Some prisoners would even have offered to help you, sort of getting that standard that was used to signal defeat, to signal the fall, sort of pulling that free and sort of dragging it to bring it to Haynes' body, wrapping him.
Probably get enough people so it doesn't drag. I know
Oh, sure.
that's disrespectful.
with enough people leading the charge, Marana. You watch as they bind and drape the colors of House Ashford over Lord Samuel Hayne. His body wrapped in their colors, the rain catching over the surface as a small procession has began. Off to the side as Yuria approaches you.
Hey, yes, Yuria?
As she walks towards you, you can see the pause as she registers, takes in what is currently happening, what you're doing with the tabard, preparing it for Hayne. Seeing the prisoners around you, she nods. I'm surprised, is all. Just wanted to see how you were. You're awfully quiet out of the 6 of us bound by Hayne. I'm surprised, though, that you are helping.
Something Alec said rang true. I may not have liked the man. In fact, quite the opposite. But dignity where dignity's due, I suppose.
Yuria tags along with the procession as it marches, flanking Marana. Not helping, just sort of walking alongside it. But I thought you said you hunted monsters.
That's true. But if what you said was true, then there may be more to it. A decoy. That's all that Hayne may have been.
Agreed. He was a puppet. Puppets don't deserve this sort of respect. I said he was corrupted to become a monster, but he is still a monster. I do not take the blame away from him no more than the Sahagin did. Not that I'm going to stop you, of course, but...
Why I did not stop Kellen. He was right. Where I'm from, they call it brutish, but we take trophies all the time from from the fallen, slain. If you could see Malgrove, I think it would send some people aghast.
There is a hollow chuckle that emanates from the helm. I'll see Malgrove, and you can see Shademore, and we may compare notes. You hunt monsters? Shademore is just the place for you.
I think I would need to see to business back home before gallivanting across the waters.
Fair enough. Unfortunately, I'm already here, so...
For the future, then?
When I eventually make my way back, perhaps. Speaking of making our way, what do you think our next move should be?
Morana kind of sighs and kind of calls another prisoner in to sort of take her place, seeing as this is turning into more of a bit of private business.
One of them does, sort of like almost eagerly stepping up, right? There's this moment or this disconnect that you can feel where, like, you may have suffered more at the hand of Hayne than some of these other prisoners, right? they might not see him the same way. So there's this almost respect that's being given as one takes your place and allows you to move over.
Some of us will need to see missives home, lest words of our deaths, or supposed deaths, go out. But practically, need to get off this isle. Find a way for food, water, basic necessities like that. From there, well, I suppose that's going to depend on what we're closest to. The Etmore is near to House Ashford, and if that advisor Siluriel was familiar with, if he made it home, well, there may be more to root out there. But this stretches far. He knew details of us, some of us more than others. Well, you know whose influence goes far. Much as I would like to return home and root out whatever seeds might be growing there, I'm still too far. Right now, it's one day at a time.
There's a slow nod. I am concerned. This sudden respect for a man who is now safely dead, remarkable and somewhat worrisome in my eyes, at least from our own, in this little party we have now. I fear they will try to go through the channels of Ashford. And as you and I have seen, those channels are not necessarily safe. I shouldn't have to tell you what the potential ramifications of a Caressian noblewoman assassinating a Ashford lord could imply for the whole of the Etmore and Careso.
I'm well aware of such implications. She says, lowering her voice.
Indeed. I would much rather remain invisible to all except our watcher. I don't know if that's an option, though. And I'm not aware too much of the political details of the Etmore. I'm afraid I am basically stuck with you and our fellows, whether they like it or not. Or you.
Oh, so glad I am such illustrious company. It's more a little bit barbed than actually offended, but there might be a little underneath there.
There's a snort that comes from Yuria.
But I understand the need for perhaps being not as direct as our present company would prefer. Not every problem is a nail, and not every solution is a hammer.
Oh, you don't need to tell me that. How far is Malgrove from wherever we are.
DM, I know it's really far
Are
away,
you traveling
but
by foot or by boat?
Marana kind of has a look on her face, that kind of whoo look. Well,
That
do you mean to travel by sea, by foot, or by teleportation?
There's a pause, and it's clear the look was enough of an answer.
To safely get to Malgrove from your current location requires you to either navigate through the islands of glass or navigate the southern island of Rowfield, passing through Beastmen territory, regardless, then having to sail around the whole of Stymore and narrowly avoid the territory waters of Grimwald. That entire trip on a standard vessel, wind favoring you, tides and all, that is gonna be about a 3-month journey by boat.
I have a quick question, DM. How long did it take me to get here?
You, I believe, traveled by land.
Woohoo!
Making it from Malgrove to the territory of Ettenmore, where you were then picked up. Because otherwise, you would have had to have run that same risk. Yours probably would have been, oh God, this is the part that I feared. Let's see.
Several months more than that.
Traveling through the territory of Amanhen. Traveling through the territory of the Ettenmore, which you'd have probably been picked up somewhere around. Yeah, we'll just hand wave it and say several plus months.
My journey here by land was several months, and that was the safe way. Risking it would reduce your time to about 3 months, maybe more. Teleportation, though, into Vinheim and then travel through there, much quicker.
Oh, is teleportation a common means of travel in Vinheim?
The mages like to flaunt it a bit more than we like at home, but it's not overly common.
Well, it certainly surprises me if that sort of technology is casually floating around.
The dragon sages are, well, they seem to have a bit of a chip on their shoulders when compared to the mages over us, but we respect their work nonetheless.
Well, if teleportation is possible, I suspect you would not have traveled by land, so I'm going to assume that Ashford is not well equipped for such things. And if they were, they would not allow us to do so. You understand that I am looking for a way to get out of Ashford's territory, as we have just murdered one of their lords. And our faces have been witnessed by many.
Understand. We should discuss this with the others as well, but
Indeed.
But we should begin planning our routes, either home or elsewhere.
We will need a map.
It's at this point that those who had gathered are beginning to lower Lord Haynes' wrapped body as gently as they can into the grave.
Ooh.
You see where some of them have even sort of picked up armaments not to wield, but you watch as they've driven them at the head of the grave, sort of overlapping several blades, with Lord Haynes' great blade being plunged to signify a marker.
Do I hear a good moment for eulogy?
Absolutely.
I was getting ready to say Sabine this entire time would actually pray to Sariel to try and make this very, very ugly situation somehow better. She is out of her element and she wouldn't know how, so she's beseeching her deity. Praying for the souls of all the orcs, the prisoners, the guards that have been lost here. She's praying for every single one of them. Even Hayne.
Give me a religion check.
I can wait for the result of that after.
Closing your eyes, extending yourself out and praying for something beautiful to come out of this horrid situation. There's a very almost thoughtful presence. And it appears that for all that it's worth, for all of this as it burns and eventually the flames peter out to rainfall, Sariel can find no beauty here. Save for the love of man shown in the actions of the prisoners. There is love to be expected of kin.
It is in this ceremony that Alaric joins in this serious solemnity and dignified mourning. He clasps many shoulders, he meets many eyes, and slowly but readily forges on until he is at the base of the grave. When he reaches it, beside his pitted sword, he doesn't look down into the grave, but rather he addresses the sky. His throat, almost unaware, he clears it, seeking everyone's attention. Seeking it after they've shared their soft whispers of regret or understanding or their own opinion of the man. And with risen voice, he says, I do not think Haynes' way was right. But I, too, do not believe our way is right either. Us, here, the people of Tyros, we have failed. Failed not ourselves, but those who come next. But that which comes next. The dragon said it himself before he returned to his great and gilded mountain. There will come a time in which humanity will be tested once more. We have forgotten, he holds up an index finger, in these thousands of years of peace afforded to us, that this was all a preamble of preparation for the next attempt by the enemy to slaughter every single one of us. We were warned. We knew, but we chose to forget. It might already be too late. Haynes certainly felt it quite hopeless, but it isn't his fault entirely. The world of neglect that we have created made him. He saw no choice other than becoming the man that saw to his doom. But my brothers, my sisters, no one chooses evil because it is evil. We mistake it for happiness, the greater good that we seek. I choose to let his memory, his fall, remain not as a statement to the power of corruption. Let it instead be a light that shines and educates in the woes of pride, of arrogance, and most important of all, desperation. Our people, we will risen from beneath the humbling shadow of Bahamut's wings, and to eat we shall return. We are stewards of this land, and ours is but to do or die by its protection. Lord Samuel Hayne, Baron to the southern stretch of the Ethenmore and his keep, his namesake. The best steel doesn't always shine the brightest, but I hearken to a time you shone as bright as any fire, and you did more good than the bad these ruinous entities force you to do. I choose to believe that. Let the rest of you make your own conclusions. May the Platinum Dragon welcome him and his mind, unmarred and unguarded, to his mountain home. And may the great leveler, with gladness, make of his body a gift to Mother Tyros. Now take it. Take your well-deserved rest, Hayne. Alaric lowers his head and finally looks at the grave itself, with a fist to his chest and his eyes closed.
The others, quiet in this moment, mirror you in unison. Some faltering, but ultimately their fists pressed tight over their heart. You hear the crackle of thunder above, the heavy rainfall. Holding it there for several long moments, it is the guard captain who turns, burying his spade into the mound of mud, with an expression like that of a child, of a son who must bury his father. He casts it in and begins to bury Lord Samuel Hayne, Baron of Hayne Keep, Lord of House Ashford, and hero of Tyros. That's where we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Whew. Damn. That was some heavy shit, bro.
Woo!
Go ahead and come back in 15 minutes, and we'll get ourselves situated.
Sorry about that. You cut me off guard with that RP. I was like, shit.
I was like, hey, you know what? Who needs some dialogue right about now? It's that person over there in the corner.
I was woefully unprepared for it. Lol. Bro, we gotta go.
Yuri's just she's so lost right now. Hayne, this guy who's imprisoned everyone here, whether for good or ill, whether they were guilty or innocent, butchered the orcs, although they probably didn't know it, ravaged, sent Morlings after his own. He's being given respect and a eulogy by the guy who caved in his chest not like an hour ago. And everyone's like, yeah, bro. So Yuri is just sitting here like, holy shit, Tyros is so fucking weird. What's happening? It was a really good eulogy, though.
That was well said.
Mm.
Even if I thought Hayne was a total spitfuck, I was still like, well, those were some good fucking words.
Now
Damn.
I like have to respect this piece of shit. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I guess now I have to like.
What the fuck? Why do I have to feel sad about this? Fuck you, Alric. Holy shit. You ruined my mood. Alright, I'll be back.
My.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Gotta go get my drink.
Rang.
A bug fucking flew into my cup of water, and I
Delicious.
I fucking felt genuine
Protein
rage.
shake.
Yeah, that would have pissed me off, but for sure.
I stared at it. I was like, "You little fucking cunt! I hope you drown in there."
I will see to it that you pay for this. Your mother will pay for this. Your whole family. You're done for in this town. You'll never work again.
So yeah, hello everybody. What's up?
I was just remarking the oddity that Yuri is feeling watching the man who caved in Haynes' chest not an hour ago give a eulogy over this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those like,
What a
holy
weird
shit.
thing.
What is happening? Why is everyone cool with this?
Honor
We're
is
all
a
like-
weird fucking thing.
We're bro fisting the guard cap. Yuri's watching like Alric like clasp the guard captain who was like oppressing them like for weeks.
My
Bro,
brother.
cheers. Yuri's like, what? Wait.
What's
He's-
happening?
What the fuck?
Did he switch sides when I wasn't looking? What happened?
Did I? Yo, these fucking humans are neurotic. Holy shit.
Not all of them. But some of them, yeah.
Kellen's over there dancing on his corpse.
Absolutely.
Nah, Colin just
Good.
is dealing with some other stuff right now, so.
I hope Kellen's dancing on his corpse. You know, we should all be dancing. Why aren't we dancing on his corpse?
Yeah, what the fuck?
we can spit on it on the way out. Come on.
Just right in the middle of the eulogy. Wait a minute. What the fuck are we doing?
Oh, I wasn't staying there for that. we were talking about leaving while that was going on.
Oh, I thought that was like this was like after. That's all right.
Oh,
No, this is probably during, because that's when they were like,
Okay.
they took over and they were like gathering up.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
No, Ron had no intentions of staying through that shit. It's just like, here, take your fucking standard. I'm leaving.
Goodbye.
You literally killed that man. You did this.
God, if
I mean,
only.
you helped. No, but Alric.
Oh,
Alric, you
yeah.
killed that man.
Mhm.
And now you're like burying him with respect?
I mean, at least we know if Alaric
shit.
kills any of us, he's gonna give us a funeral.
True. I feel secure knowing that.
Yeah, your body will be buried. That's how you should feel.
Respectfully, he's very good with the words, so
If he
you
gets
know.
mind controlled, at least he'll bury us.
That'd be
There
so
you
fun.
go.
He turns to the mind flayer, controlling him. I have to bury them. What?
What the
I
fuck?
have to do it.
No, leave them there. They're dead.
I'm sorry, what?
Why?
Did you just talk back? I didn't command you to talk.
Gotta do it.
I must bury them.
What?
They were my brothers. One of their head is in your hand.
Fuck, bro.
Sabine's
The
entrails
great
are on your sword.
leveler will see them buried.
What the fuck are you talking about right now? You caved in that woman's head. She pleaded for her
Instantly.
life.
I didn't even have to try. Like, I just like gave you the suggestion. You just went ham. They were my brothers. You killed them.
Absolutely murdered.
How are you talking right now?
Straight up just dead.
I love Tears.
Great time. Shadow Bunny.
It's fucking weird here.
Thank you very much for the 3-month resub. Jacob, thank you very much for the 2 months. Apple, Thank you very much for the 3 months. That's very kind of all of you. CPOE. It's disappointed to not wake up to a different campaign accompanied with the donuts of my nightstand. Yes, generally we run this on Friday at 6 p.m. PST. However, our delightful Alaric had to go through a flight from Panama and make his way into the U.S., of which he has arrived safely and soundly. So, next week we will be returning to our normal schedule.
Indeed. Yeah, Luna, it is fair that Alaric is a paladin, right? He is also protagonist, so, it's different. But when all the prisoners are like, yeah, bro, we gotta bury, respect, bro. That's the moment that Yuri is just like, what is happening?
It wasn't all of them, by the way. It's like a very small cluster of prisoners. But again, remember, prisoners were treated very differently from you guys. You saw that with Pater and Gerald, who were like, "Oh yeah, well, no, we don't fight. Like, we get to sleep tomorrow and like not do anything. It's pretty cool."
That's pretty dope. You are fucked though, my dude.
I guess if you were basically a peasant, and this is basically just peasant, like a side grade,
Well, yeah, like
you actually didn't pay your taxes. You're just here like.
I was homeless. They brought me in.
There were also all the letters you saw too of people that were like, "Yeah, like I committed a crime, but Haynes says, a couple months and I'm done."
That's true. That is true.
So something is obviously very wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess, if you do farm work in Tyros, you're also likely to get attacked by animated pickaxes and also golems. So it's just,
True. Taryn's also
That's
right.
here.
A small number of prisoners who've also never met the monster.
That is true.
They didn't get to see the glimpse of madness that you guys did.
We're like, oh no.
How does the party feel now that they are finally getting off this stinking rock?
Whew.
Pretty dope.
It's going to be interesting what we decide to do next. And it's a little overwhelming because,
Ooh, freedom of choice.
we could do, it's like, ooh, it just got really big.
Yep.
Got very complicated all of a sudden, didn't it?
It went from this tiny little speck on the map to suddenly the whole map.
And I also know that the party are all had their little backstory quests, kind of like Divinity, where they all have their own little origin quest. But and they are all in wildly different directions.
Yep. That's the other great part, is that it's not like, oh, everybody's quest will be solved in the Eschenmoor. It's like, I have to go back to Vinheim.
No.
I have to go back to Katarina. I have to go all the way back to Kareem.
Yep. Half the people's quests are get back to where I came from and then do the following.
Does that mean they go from one prison to another? I made a joke that their roles are so bad that they just keep ending up in prisons. Like,
I'm waiting.
they go from Hayne Keep to an orc prison to...
I'm waiting for the crit one failed persuasion check where Yuria just ends up in the gallows from town to town because she fucks up on all her persuasion rolls and all the peasants are like, witch!
Witch! Burn her! Burn the witch!
You turned me into a newt.
She's dressed in all black. She must be a witch. It's midsummer. Vampire.
I got better.
I got better.
Hey, vampire, but they're pointing at Yuria. Just lol.
Wrong. Close, but wrong.
Lol.
It's like, Jesus Christ, you're all so fucking backwards.
Ooh, close.
Ooh,
You're getting warmer,
nice try.
I say. Not no, but you're getting warmer.
Almost, but no.
Not no.
Sorta.
I just want everyone to know I'm not actually a vampire. All right, the human
Please.
is a human.
Please don't beg me.
Please don't hurt me.
I swear. I promise.
I'm wearing silver, please.
For the love of God.
Silver.
That must be fake silver. I've never seen it in my life.
What silver?
Ah,
Must
fuck.
be fake.
It's just nickel.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
fuck, oh,
it's
shit! Oh
They
shit!
go and they go and they bite into it. Oh, it's fake. It is. You wouldn't even
Why are you
know
biting
if
my
it hit you
face?
in the
What the fuck?
face.
Why are you biting my helmet? Stop
Stop
that.
that.
Get him off.
Got it.
Out of here.
What are you doing? Get him off.
Gnawing on your head.
Zombie.
It's
To
like
be-
peasant gap tooth, no less. Where there's just like 3 teeth trying to gnaw into your head.
Ooh.
I assure you she's not a witch. She just has resting bitch face.
A witch who looks like a bitch.
Ooh, she doesn't smile enough. Must be a witch.
Ooh, you would be prettier if you smiled more.
Oh
Ooh,
god.
All right, I kill that one. That's how I got
Now
the
you're dead.
That's how I
Definitely
got.
now.
A guard told me that, and that's how they imprisoned me. Murder.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
I end this man. Bang.
I see you're one of those. Kill him.
Why was such a pain to cut out Haynes' heart? I mean,
Why was it such a pain?
that was an a-hole to the whole
know.
party. You know, I knew that moment was coming because of Alaric's character. Because he's all about like humans first. Like if he had his choice, he'd have fucking killed the fish folk instead of work with them. And he'd have sooner killed the orcs than work with them, right? But the orcs are honorable. The fish folk, not so much.
Oh, they did do us right though, so you can't say they're not
Well, yeah.
entirely. They did go out on a limb for us.
I'm
They
talking
basically-
about through his perspective.
Oh yeah, I mean
Yeah,
even Kellen's
from-
perspective, like fucking Sahagin, like those enslaving monsters will absolutely murk these guys. Oh wait, they're nice. Well, we don't have a lot of options.
Nice.
So fuck.
Desperate.
Ish.
Desperate.
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 They're nice enough for what we need.
Let's not bring up what they're gonna do with that heart later.
Yeah, we're just gonna not talk about that ever. Like we're never gonna bring that up. Sorry, just not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So for fun, how would each party have this? How would you guys have, if you were given the killing blow? How would each of you have done it?
Well, who wants to go first on that?
Assuming I didn't get the opportunity to stab him with a kitchen knife in Haynes Keep, which was by far the funniest and the most dramatized version of how I would kill Hayne.
Just gank him from the back.
Yeah, literally just stab him in like the eye with an enchanted blade. And then probably die shortly after, but it'd be worth it. Ooh. You know, depending on how it went down, I would have to take off his head with Gogglad. Killing anything with Gogglad is can be interesting. But it would definitely.
Gimme. I want souls. Gimme.
It would not be like oh no, we have to kill him to protect him. It would be like I'm going to chop off each of his pieces and give them to my respective allies as rewards for helping me.
To the crab, I present the arm.
It would literally be like I rip off Haynes' chest piece and stick it on my champion crab. Like this is mounted. This is Haynes' legacy, is this crustacean. I hope everyone's happy. The orcs would get the head.
Bear witness.
It would have been a smited rapier through the throat for me.
Ooh, through the throat, huh?
Yeah, because she was lost in that anger, that ire. She was like, when she was getting ready to end him, she was getting ready to stab him through his neck because Xiao Yu wanted him to drown on his own blood, and she was going to deliver until she got her kind of wits about her, thanks to Siluriel.
Ooh,
Interesting.
very spicy. Oh, actually, you know what? I take back what I said. There's a very funny spell that I probably would have cast in Hayne. Very funny spell.
Is it hungry, perchance?
It is very hungry. Unfortunately, it also requires a strength saving throw, and I feel like Haynes pretty good at those.
Yeah,
He was.
He does have a bonus, or did have a bonus.
So it probably wouldn't have worked. But if it had worked,
Then again, I saw again because they're here. I see their name, Terran, I saw their comment while you guys were fighting Hain and was like, can this fucking guy roll low for once? And what happened after was the 3 natural ones that doomed Hain. So technically, you'd have probably got what you wanted because Terran put a curse on them. He'd have been, even with his, I think he had like a plus, what was his plus to?
Probably like plus 6 or 7 or some shit like that.
Well, he was
for
a seer,
strength.
so +2. Yeah, he had a technically. Oh no. His save was con and charisma, so it'd have just been a 4.
Oh,
But
interesting.
he's still a big guy, right? With 18 strength, right? So
Checks out. That checks out.
indeed, he was a talker, which is why he had very high charisma.
So, Kellen, how would you have killed him?
Depends. Ranged or melee? That's a big difference between those two.
How do you see the cinematic going down in your mind?
I think like it'd have to be one of those things like an arrow shot brings him down, where he's like on his knees and doing his whole spitting curses and be like, "Nah, you can't kill me. I will be blah, blah, blah," and then kind of just walks up to him and using both his melee weapons, like kicks him down on the ground and just snips his head off with both gladiator style.
Everybody taking Lord Hain head. Why? Oh my goodness! Everybody fucking wanted his head.
I mean, it's a sure way to end someone's life, right? You're not like, I mean, it's not like, oh, it could be left up. Like maybe he didn't die from that. Like you take someone's head off and they're pretty much dead. Like without question at that point. I mean, I guess there are some creatures that may skirt the laws of believability in that particular sense, but I don't think Hain was particularly one of those.
It would be very funny if Hain just kept talking as his head.
Kellen, Kellen
Kicking
of
over the
Dave.
side like a fucking kickball.
Your
Just
dad
like-
would be so disappointed. Blah, 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 blah. And it was just like, Jesus. can this
Even
guy-
now you've taken my head, but your father would be disappointed. Oh, why are you throwing me?
Like, God damn it, kill this man.
If only we had like a bag of holding, just keep his talking head in there and just pull it out for reasons.
Death is a concept invented by Bahamut. I don't even know how to spell it.
Nope.
Decapitation,
I know how to
yes.
spell it.
Dead I am.
Whoopsie doodles.
Yes, dead I would like you to be. Oh, you're the evil sponge.
Boy.
Just give him the Count Dooku treatment. Absolutely, that's exactly what that was.
Yeah, pretty much. Just boom.
Do it.
I mean, the thing is like, Kellen isn't even a particularly brutal individual, you know? He's not there to, like, ravage people, necessarily. And as much as he has a massive hate boner, because in his mind, Hain's like this, monstrous traitor who's, like, one step away from being a Morling himself.
Because he is.
Essentially, yeah.
Was.
Like, yeah, Kellen's still just like, it's more efficient to just end it quickly. I'm not here to make a show of it, right?
I'm here to save lives, not kill people.
Well, kind of
Ironically,
both.
you can do both in D&D.
Yeah. I was saying, that's kind of a both situation.
Well, it's all about the goal, right? Urius in the background actually telling Sabine, do it. Do it. Kill him.
As fucked up as that would be, good boy, it's why, the mouth of the Iron Duke was like, hey, I'm gonna let you know, if you don't kill him, he was just gonna come back. So
Thanks, bro.
just want you to be aware.
Just letting you know.
Thanks, dude. Thanks, Mouth.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be in contact, don't worry.
Thanks for that. Bye.
I can't wait for him to just appear out of nowhere and be like, hey, if you don't do this, like, it's gonna cause you problem. Like, he's just like the advisor of the party. Unwanted, unbidden.
Stop following us.
Hey,
Ooh, can't do that, I'm afraid.
if you don't kill that vampire, you can't save the vampire. He just appears out of nowhere.
Just evil, by the way. Just straight up
Yeah,
evil.
they're evil. They don't have a soul or anything. They're monsters. They're parading around as people to lure you. Who asked you?
You did.
No!
Oh, you didn't? Oh. All right, goodbye.
Coming back over and over like patches.
You greedy rat. Momo. Alaric.
Oh, hello.
Past 15 minutes. Neither of you know how to count, apparently.
Are you surprised?
Partially. Can't wait for it to be like, all right, guys, 15 minutes. And I'm going to sit back on my computer, and they're not going to be here. And then I have to get back up and stomp into both of their respective rooms.
Buys you an air horn just for that reason.
Oi!
Guess what time it is?
Alaric and the guard captain.
There's something of fucking bromance over there.
You son of a bitch. It was really funny.
Syric's asleep in his room, and you go in and just drop an elbow on him because he fell asleep.
Wake up!
Wake up!
Pain. Agony, even.
Where are you, dum-dums?
These motherfuckers died.
Nice weather we're having.
They are dead.
The longer they take, the more I'm just going to talk about myself.
Jesus. The way you said that was just like, what? At the same time,
Well, I am the protagonist.
I am the main character, after all.
god damn.
With Alaric missing, you could do sorts of... He comes back and the rest of the party's on the ship, already gone. Oh, Alaric, hey, you're back. You got left behind to lead Hain Keep.
Ooh, if you leave, you're a deserter.
Enjoy that, I guess.
So said Siluril. Anyway,
Silderil said so, so.
you're the new Hain. You did such a...
Joy.
That would be really fucked up. I'm just glad no one suggested, hey, what if we run Hain's Keep?
How quickly,
Our keep now.
how quickly
Find
is the first bar fight going to happen?
Finders keepers.
Ooh.
Let's see. Who's the most likely to get into a bar fight here?
Siluril.
I'm not talking about
Hands down.
Oh yeah, I guess Silderil though.
We're not talking about it, but it's Siluril.
100%.
I'm being outvoted by chat.
Sabine being all like watching as they get into a bar fight. Can't we all just get along?
Shut up and stop trying to invite us to your threesome.
Oberon, is it sad that I know what Gmod map that is?
Iowa.
Good boy, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
About.
Oh, well, if people get grabby on Sabine, she might just,
She doesn't like being touched without her permission.
Oh, I see. This is how we end up in the next Hain's Keep.
Yeah.
Someone gropes Sabine. She starts murdering. We all get involved. Someone approaches the 4 women in the party and makes a dumb comment, immediately murdered.
Laid out on the floor, Peter Griffin posed. Where are these 2 chuckle fucks? Holy shit.
I don't even know, dude.
I bet they're both walking the dog, hand in
Oh
hand.
my god. Holding hands, walking the dog.
Every break.
Skipping along.
All right, guys, 15 minutes. Oh, cool. What if I show up 30 minutes later? You know you guys can get up and do stuff during the game, right? You're not beholden to stay the entire time. You got a bathroom or snack or whatever. Go do it.
They're literally like dying of dehydration, committed to the cause. Bladders bursting. They're doing this for you, bro.
15 hours later. Well. Cats, what do you want?
So what does Kellen want to do next? Because we know, so Alaric and Sabine are more than likely going to want to get involved with Ashford politics. Marana and Yuria seem like, I mean, I know Yuria wants to skip town. It seems like Marana wants to, but I'm not sure what Sabine or Kellen wants to do.
It kind of depends, right? Like, because I mean, first of all, was it not Toreg, but the Spinebreaker said that he was going to sail us north?
Yeah, correct.
Straight, is that like straight north, or does he mean up that like bay channel?
Nope, straight north.
Yep,
straight.
He is not running the risk of getting caught with with an Ashford ship and being only orcs on board.
Ooh, this looks bad.
Looking at the map, our only realistic options would pretty much be Rosewood at that point. Unless, I don't think we can necessarily cross the mountains to Ettenmore. We were taken from Rosewood, weren't we?
No, you guys were grabbed at the capital.
At Ettenmore itself? Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose at that point, it's... Of course, he'd try to find some way to communicate with like the Grey Watch folks if he can.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But like, it's also not like a,
I'm back.
Well.
Did you
I think
fall
a lot
asleep?
I think a lot of us are trying to get messages back to our respective folks.
Yep. Sabine's going to get a message back to the order and see if there's any jobs for her.
We're ordering food, so. Yeah, have to get Jake awake and stuff.
Yeah, I think like getting messages back and like, I mean, ultimately, I think he'd like to go back to Nelinor, which is even further north of Ettenmore and Rivermouth. So I mean, but it's kind of a ways away, and if the only feasible direction they can go, just looking at the map, like, I don't think they can cross that mountain pass area there, that mountain stretch, so he'd have to go west, realistically. So, but yeah, I'm sure he can, with some luck, he might be able to make contact with some kind of Grey Watch cell or something like that. Who knows? Depend on what happens.
So terrorism, I understand.
He is a terrorist.
Yeah.
Who is a terrorist?
Against
Kellen.
Morlings, for sure.
Absolutely.
That's very generous of you to say, Kellen. What would one have to play your... I'm sorry, Barnabas, can you type that again? I'm not entirely sure I understand.
I think he's asking what would someone have to do to play in one of your D&D games.
Oh.
I'm muted, but that's exactly what I just said.
You didn't say it then. You were muted.
I know, it was just super weird because I said it almost word for word. I like finished talking and then and then she said something. I was like, wait a minute, that's exactly what I just said.
Why did no
Yelled
one
it
hear
out,
me?
too, but her headset cancels out all noise, right? So she doesn't.
What would one have to do to play in one of my games? Right now, I'm afraid there are no openings. As I'm only running the 2 games. The 3rd game I do intend on making, campaigning and running and stuff like that. But that'll be like more of like a networking and like making friends type deal with sort of expanding the D&D sphere with people who haven't played or people who maybe had bad experiences that were streamers and stuff like that. In the future, though, I do intend on
me.
a woman who's in 2 of my games already.
Hey, I met the qualifications, okay?
I do intend on opening up like one-shots and stuff like that for the community once I get everything situated. Right? I'm still a little baby streamer, so I imagine
Little baby man.
Yeah, once I'm a little bit more cemented in the D&D sphere, then I can open it up to play with viewers and stuff like that. But never say never.
Never.
Ooh,
Forgot my drink.
don't you dare.
Why?
You've been gone
Good.
for almost 30 minutes.
That's not true.
It was a 15-minute break.
And I had to take the dogs out.
It's snowing, by the way.
Then you don't have to
It's
take the dogs out.
snowing.
You just throw them into the snow. Simple as.
I can't. I'm in a new neighborhood. I can't just let my ravenous bark at everything dogs out the door.
Thank you, Rossi.
Really pretty.
You die last in Secrets of Earth.
Nice. Well, yeah, because he's going to get mind controlled by the vampire.
That's
kill
right.
Everyone else.
Mind
Okay.
controlled by his vampire boyfriend. Nice.
With the eulogy concluded, Lord Samuel Haynes' body put to rest, the prisoners eventually scatter, the fires having been put out completely. And you all are left stood there. Most of the prisoners have been most of the guards or enforcers have been freed of their binds. Some of them, however, the more aggressive ones who are more or less throwing expletives and slurs at the orcs are kept in their binds.
Kick them.
Sabine would approach Nathan, take both of his hands and kiss each of them. And she's going to kind of look up and she's like, for what it's worth, whatever you did, I forgive you. And she's going to kind of give that shrug, trying to just give him something. And she'll look at him and she's like, I really do hope you find peace, because based on the look you had most of the time, you did not enjoy what you did.
You can see his jaw flex. There's the instinct to pull his hands away. Purely because there's the very apparent emotions that are on his face, even as he tries to hide it. He's one of the few that remain by the grave, as the others have sort of broken off to go back to their groups. Just hand previously resting on the guard of the sword, Haynes' iron great blade, until you pull his hands away. There's a very slow nod. And as in very similar fashion to as all the other times you've talked to him. Thank you. Let me just mourn, please.
She'll nod and walk away.
Are we like in a group now? Like all of us around each other, or what is everybody like? Where is everyone?
The Spinebreaker would be gathering you 6.
So I imagine eventually either he himself or one of his orcs comes and rounds us up.
It would be him.
Solro will try to talk to everyone before they were to with others.
Before they get carted off.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Fair.
without the Spinebreaker?
Yeah.
You can
just
tell them
kinda
to
with
leave.
a group of them.
If it is a moment you desire alone, the Primora will be at the docks, waiting for you and yours. We leave within the hour.
Enough time.
You hear him shout something in Orcish, this deep, 2 barking words. All of the orcs' head on a swivel as they turn to look at him. Their hands brought up, almost in unison, slamming their fists against their chests. Spinebreaker turns with a small entourage of orcs and make his way out of Hanekeep.
Alaric remains beside the captain.
Okay. So those that would be around her should kind of pose a question. This Duke. What if there were more like Hane here? Either those who have either perished or... She would glance to the still tied members and even to some of the untied members of his former, beat 'em up squad. What if there were more who had taken the offer of this Duke?
You mean elsewhere in the continent? Or here?
Yeah, directly. But... the thought of them still being here would be a problem, no?
Absolutely. But how do we tell?
I'm not sure. You seem to be rather, interested. Attuned, if you will, to this whole thing.
There is a long pause. Attuned is a strong word. Exploring, more like.
There is only other one creature I have met who has been able to burrow itself into my mind. So I assume that you have an ability to do so.
She nods.
As I said, there has only ever been one other. Perhaps you can... I don't know what you do, but perhaps you can try to see. I am House Fashfed, and I'm glad to see this liberated from this Duke, whatever he is. But I would not want any lingering... defects left behind. She kind of gestures to her giant sword on her back.
You said there was one other who could bury itself into you? One like me?
She would narrow her eyes. That is of no importance to you. I am asking you if you can help with the strange of this place. Or if any of you can. If you have any ideas.
I can try. I'll start with the bound ones, but understand there are a lot of prisoners, and I can only do it for so long before I run the risk of overexertion.
Anyone
Also-
else?
I don't have either magic or the proper tools to ask questions.
There is one other complication. I can only get the glimpses of their mind, their base feelings at a glance. If I dig deep to uncover the truth, they will know that I am in their head. Alec could attest to that feeling, I'm sure. I would rather not spread my talents. I'd rather not popularize it too much.
I understand.
I will take a glimpse into as far as I can, without arousing suspicion, but it may not be deep enough. And with that, she will cast Detect Thoughts, and she will make her way towards the bound prisoners.
Give me a moment.
As Jiro walks off, Alaric sort of leans slightly away from the captain to look at Silurel and Morana. If it's any reassurance, I think those servants died with Hain by his side. I'm not sure they were even able to surrender. I think theirs was but to die.
It's possible, but there's no harm in being safe rather than sorry.
Agreed.
What is your save? Your save DC?
Time out. So I'm not digging into their minds.
Well, remember, there's the initial wisdom save when you first probe.
When I first probe. So it's 3 phases. You can get their surface thoughts without having to roll and without them knowing. When I decide to probe, when I decide to figure out like what lies underneath, that is when they have to make their wisdom saves. Yes, surface thoughts like I'm angry, I'm sad, that person's hot.
I'm going to gank these dickheads as soon as I can.
Right. General, like, what's at, like, the forefront of your mind, right? Like, man, this bitch is annoying. Or things you're actively thinking about, right? Probing is, like, things that weigh on your mind, like, in the background. Like, I don't know, your taxes or your secret lovers or that kind of shit. So this would literally just be, like, base thoughts, like aggression, sadness.
Yeah. As you're
Creepy fish people.
as you're approaching, the 6 that are bound still, it is almost like a mutual aggression. There is like the words like traitors, murderers, like those words keep coming to the forefront. However, it's not these 6. There is 2 other enforcers who are like rubbing their wrists currently, who you, as your attention lifts, you see them sort of talking to each other rather silently, but you can hear the static.
That's what we're looking for. You said there's 2 of them in the corner?
Yeah, they're sort of like they've stood up. They're the ones that were like pleading and they got freed. These ones in front are just, they're very loyal. They're sworn to Hain, right? but it's the two who pleaded like ignorance, guilt, like, you know, oh, I'm so sorry. They're the ones that are like walking away together and sort of like splitting off from the pack. Those are the ones you're getting the static, very familiar, like hundreds of voices at once.
Ah, that old familiar feeling. Yuria glances over her shoulder. Siluriel will hear the echo in her mind. Two of them. I feel that presence I felt with Hain. They are your target.
They must be detained.
I can kill. Detain is a different matter. Oh, wait, no. I wouldn't have heard you say that. I'm too far from you. Telepathy doesn't work both ways until I get sorcerer.
Wouldn't that be my surface thoughts, though? Yeah.
Still too far away for surface thoughts.
Yeah, it's a 30 feet range.
If you were to follow her, though,
There are two of them. Yoga has invaded my mind again to inform me as such. This should be dealt with
Of
before
what?
we leave.
Yuria would follow them, or begin to.
She's told me that there are two of them. I assume she is meaning that there are two that she can understand. Like Cain.
Oh, well, this brings a visible physical pause to Alaric. And he turns to the captain. I've been told that two of the garrison members here may be adult, like Hain was. I believe it is now your chance to dispense justice.
Am I able to?
As Speaker of House Ashfield, I deem you able. As I have spoken before, if those who would willingly leave here are considered deserters, and those two are currently a threat to that, I would have them detained.
Detained.
Once we have deemed they are properly the same as Hain, you may do what you wish.
you watch as he walks about 10, 15 feet away from the grave, plucking a sword that had been partially buried in the mud and blood that had soaked the inner courtyard, and sort of just pulling it free, that ring of steel, as he gives the blade a flick, sort of casting off most of the muck, and begins to walk, sort of heavy footfalls, making his way towards the two that haven't been pointed out yet.
Well, Yuria would be following them.
Alaric accompanies him, by the way, and he's very, very focused on looking at how the captain deals with this. Almost with like this pedagogic approach, right? As though he's testing him.
If you two would like to stay here, stay together. I am going to assist. She's pointedly speaking to Marana and Kellen.
Okay. I will cover you from here, assuming it's not too far.
Maybe we should stay close.
You have
I
your
agree.
short bow, yes. Why don't we stand back a little ways, give them some breathing room, but if things get dicey, we can always cover them from a distance.
Marana nods to Kellen.
they'll linger behind, so it doesn't look like they're rolling up on them in a huge pack, but just kind of at a distance. But he's got his bow out with like 3 arrows clutched in the same hand that's holding the bow. Just kind of like casually, but it's one of those, I can whip this out.
Okay.
For what it is worth, I am sorry. I know you both do not want to stay here any longer than you have to, but...
Oh, it's fine. This is unfinished business, right? No sense in leaving it undone.
So long as we can... So long as we'll be able to depart afterwards.
Of course. Silver would turn to leave to Yuria.
No point in leaving a job half finished.
The guard captain, sort of striding forward with some semblance of purpose, approaches Yuria. I'm told that there are 2.
She quietly nods. A subtle point towards the 2 that were splitting away. The ones rubbing their wrists. They seem placid. They are probably waiting.
I don't recognize their face.
While he's talking, she would peruse his mind as well.
Ooh. Pain. Sadness. The feelings of losing a father. Even though he talks, his thoughts are on Lord Hayne. Though he doesn't refer to him as Lord Hayne. He refers to him as Dad.
There is a softening of Yuria's face. The loss of Hayne is tragic, but focus, she hisses into his ear. Those 2 are a threat to this keep, to his legacy. They have to be expunged. They are not human, or elf, or dwarf.
His features scrunched up when you spoke of Hayne. But he waits until Sildaril is close, as the 2 have sort of stopped near the flooded lift shaft, in which he turns to Sildaril. Yuria says that they are not human. That they should be dealt with. Are we detaining them, or am I burying the blade?
She would look to Yuria with a very, I don't know the quite word for it. It's not that this is like a, I guess like a defining thought of, can I trust this person?
Judging?
More than just judging. It's very, she hasn't exactly trusted or enjoyed Yuria's presence up until now. So this is something putting such a trust in her kind of look.
There is a careful glance to make sure that their mark hasn't escaped before she looks back to Sildaril. She pulls off her mask, and you can see the seriousness of her expression as she whispers, "You saw them, Lady Sildaril. You saw that they were not what they appeared to be. These are not creatures you detain. If you allow them, they will infest this place. They will turn it back to what Hayne had turned it into."
Kill them.
She nods.
He gives a singular nod. You watch, striding forward, this sort of purposeful walk as he does. About 3 steps from them, their backs initially to him, sort of peering into the flooded lift. You watch as the one turns, and almost in this sort of very sudden flash, the foot of the forward foot of the guard captain stomping forward as the blade is thrust, and you watch as it catches one of the men's throat. This very quick movement as he sort of tears it off to the side. You see it's not blood, no arterial spray, but this roiling black mass that sort of pushes its way out of the wound. And that strengthens Nathan's conviction as he sort of twists, not bringing the blade up in the ox stance. You watch as he thrusts it forward and catches the man in the heart.
Damn.
Silra would raise her nose upward in an affirmation. And her trust of Iria grew by 2 points that day.
I like to think there's a little bar.
You watch as the bodies that are in front of Nathan sort of violently shudder, their limbs expanding outwards and then retracting back to normal sizes as their skin peels away, revealing the inky black skin beneath. Their weird distended faces shaped in agony as Nathan stands over them and just tosses his blade down onto both.
How did that feel, Captain Nathan?
Did you follow after him?
The whole time. But he would have remained a bit away, right? Hence why I raised my voice.
I don't know. I wish I did. You see him look down at his own hands. I wish I knew anything.
An answer as fitting as any. You're a man of few words, but lend me your ear for a moment. Those men back there, they have no leader, no one to guide them. Even many of the prisoners will choose to stay, with no pointer to lead them north. This keep, well, you heard the chieftain. He doesn't want it. Perhaps you'll summon a mood and have all the other tribes come together. Perhaps Balagar will attend. Perhaps something will come of it. But the creeper, the moss, the water will sink Hain's keep as such things happen. What will happen is, from the Edenmore, that supply train will arrive. I'm sure you know when. And they will ask, what happened? I think that should that happen, a chance presents itself. You explain that some foulness befell the keep. That Hain honorably perished defending it. And you galvanize what's left of these men to keep things running fairly. To make of his memory something greater than a bygone wish.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, okay. Oh my god.
I saw it on the 19, and I saw it flip.
Amazing.
Unfortunate.
The guard captain pauses several long beats. You know, I think even dead, I didn't heed to like the kind words you said about him.
Yuriest. Oh, sorry.
For a moment, I didn't think you actually cared. Just going through the motions. I see I was wrong. I don't think I can lead these men. But I can try.
Yuria steps forward. As she seems to be forming a habit of speaking close to people's faces, she does so with the captain. Her gauntleted hand touching his shoulder. I thought you were, when I saw you, like any other of this prison. I thought you were in on it, a worm, some creature gaining profit from the pain of others. But I think I understand. Hain was your father, wasn't he?
His features tighten considerably.
She lies. You look like him. Your insistence of calling yourself my lord.
His bastard.
Still his son.
It felt that way for a while.
And then he changed.
Yeah.
She nods. Could I use minor illusion to show him the visage of the creatures from the Glimpse of Madness? Like what the Enforcer's true face is?
Oh, the
Jesus.
Okay, so first off, their bodies are laid their bodies are laid in front of him. They have a similar resemblance.
Oh, okay.
Already.
I thought they
they're-
Here, have some madness while you mourn your dad.
I'm gonna add stress to you now.
That's literally what you would have done. But
Oh, it would be like,
Yuria's like, haha, dead parents, by the way, this is what your dad really is.
it's why he was so crestfallen, is because he's like, oh, these are just guys. And then he cut the first one and his body transformed and he's like, this is what my dad became. Like threw his sword down and everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, these guys were right. No.
well, then I won't show him that. Since he already sees it.
And I won't.
It'd be more like, hey, do you want to see the true face of the thing you're fighting, right? Instead of just stabbing your own people and hoping for the best. I bet he probably wants the truth. But he already sees that, so we're good.
As it turns out.
Had I not known of your status, I would have considered you. I would have done a lot to see you suffer for what you've done to me. But, her finger touches his chest, I understand what it's like to love a father. And I would have done hell on others for my father, and will likely do so still. Don't beat yourself up for wanting a family. It's a driving force in every human. It is. One cannot resist that blood. And that blood will see you lead these men. Because it is not the blood that took Hain. She leans in close to his ear. It was the Duke.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Whoa! Wouldn't she give me advantage?
Well, I didn't know how to be like, all right, so here's the problem with advantage, like assisting with persuasion checks. All right, how the fuck do I just say ditto?
Well, you just did it. Technically speaking, you came
I
to
did.
the same
Hey,
conclusion.
bro. Yo, same?
Same, bro. True. I'm truing. I'm truing.
I think it's
So
the hardest
for-
skill.
For Alaric, I took into account how you acted. So even though you rolled an 8, there was already other things in mind for doing like the eulogy, for helping him dig the grave, everything like that.
Yeah, I thought of that.
For Yuria, it's an actual like roll, right? But with a 23, the sort of scrunched up face, the sour expression that had been taking it, slowly begins to subside. A very faint, almost mist, sort of glint of determination in the back of those eyes of his. Like I said, I'm not a real leader. Not like him, but for what you all have done, even though you killed him, I'm willing to try. For his sake. And for yours.
Understand that, like these men, there are forces at play that cannot be trusted within Ashford and without. Be wary of who you trust.
Well, then I leave my trust with you 6.
That is a very large risk.
Do you see that again?
Yeah, there's this sort of like bleak smile. She says that.
And when the vessels from House Ashford return, and they bring Lord Torsten back with supplies, I'll inform them of what happened, of what rot claimed this place. And though he died before he could beseech the High Lord of Ashford to make me his heir, I will seek counsel with the High Lord and see if
Such was
Continue.
his wish.
You see that glint of hope return. It was.
That is what he wanted. Truly.
Before they showed up, yes.
Nathan, speak to me your whole name. The fullness of it.
What are you hoping for here?
His bastard name. Like, usually bastards receive a surname, like you told me. So I just didn't know what the surname was for them.
You're right.
Ooh!
Fuck, I forgot what I
Hung by
decided.
your own petard. Unfortunate.
Let me check my notes. It's in my notes somewhere. Hold on.
Oh, he's panicking. It's all falling apart.
Ooh.
Unfortunate, bro.
We got him, bro. We got him, boys.
Damn it, paying attention to my lore, you son of a bitch.
How far, Dion? How far?
I love you, Caleb. Of course I bet.
I know you. How dare you? How dare you?
He's like, he wants to punch you, but he can only pat you on your head.
I just want to hug you, you son of a bitch.
Just imagine him like lifting a fist and then like pat in the head.
You did very well, he says through gritted teeth.
You did very good. Motherfucker.
Oh,
Fuck, what did I say the southern ones were?
Oh, he's really reeling from that one. Oh, no.
Dude, that took my fucking knees out, bro.
Oh, shit. RKO out of nowhere.
How unfortunate.
Oh, God, he's panicking. He's sweating.
Fuck, I am.
Oh, shit. Where is it? He's flipping through notes rapidly.
I
It's
am.
hot in here. Is everyone okay?
Double-click. He's trying to get the
Is this
sweat
like
out of
a
his eyes right
special
now.
surname or something like that?
Bastards of Tyros, depending on location, have specialized surnames.
Mm.
True. Zebus is true. GM rolled a crit failure on his own history check. Unfortunate, bro. Rolled with advantage, too. Still crit. Real shame.
Fuck. I'll say shit. Fuck.
You can't just say these things, bro. Come on. What is it?
Oh, that's incredible.
Say it.
It's got nothing.
What's the fucking name? I have to steal from somebody real quick. Hold on.
Yo, what?
Just so I can make my own shit later on. What are the various fucking names in Game of Thrones? What the fuck do they use for surnames and shit?
Snow and sand and shit like that, usually depending on where they're from.
Ah. His surname's Crag.
Yeah, it's like usually in reference to like the land around them.
Man.
His last name is Sea. His last name is Storm. His last name is Rain. Last name is Cloud.
Sirik really just like fucking punched you right in the dick, didn't he?
Quite literally, bro.
He literally
I
just-
can't find it in my notes, and it makes me so upset.
He was just like, hey, Alan, and wham.
I'm really sorry. When I get the actual surname for you, I'll give it to you. But he'd have given you his whole bastardized name.
and he would have repeated ponderously and followed it with a the hopelessness. I can sense it burning in you, right beneath your skin, in your long silences. And I, personally, believe that it is a shame that such a bright and enduring lad should live in fear of his own possible name, and to have a deserved future that may well be stolen from him by the early death of his possessed progenitor. It so happens that his High Lord is my grandfather. And it so happens that I was here and I saw you act in the dignity of Hain's defeat to this very last moment. And it so happens that I like you too. You're a good listener. So I will write him a letter. I will explain to him your conditions. I will understand him on Hain's death and what transpired here. Now see, Nathan, my word to my grandfather is not much, but if you choose the right words when you speak to Thorstein when he comes, then perhaps that will be the last push necessary to make it possible. So, perhaps there is hope for you yet there, but I make no assurances.
Pausing for a moment. He turns to look at you fully acknowledging you. hand outstretched for yours. You can see in the back of those eyes, the hope has grown just a little bit more.
Alaric sees the gesture with a kindly smile. And rather than reach out with his arm and take his hand alone, he nears the distance with 2 steps and makes of the gesture a rather easy, carefree thing, just elbow folded, takes his hand, not his forearm, and gives it a gentle shake. You do good. I know you will.
Thank you. You can see the tears sort of beginning to well in the corners of his eyes. Thank you. I'll see to the men and those that want to leave.
Alaric quickly reaches out within this moment, this emotional circumstance, and brings about a healthy dose of toxic masculinity by patting him on the shoulder and giving his chest a little bump. Right, you will. I suppose we shall be taking our leave.
Glad to know that's still thriving in Tyros.
Inhales sharply. Realizing that moment of weakness had been presented, he quickly bottles all of it down.
Dude, Alaric gave him an out right away, too.
Holds that up inside that shelf of anger deep in his chest so it could come out at an opportune time later on.
Not in front of the men.
I'll see that the others are properly prepared, and those that wish to stay can stay, and we'll rebuild until Lord Torsten shows up, bearing Ashford colors.
Best you start memorizing those oaths when the letter comes.
Indeed. Thank you for the kindness you've shown. And, well, for not killing me.
I had thought about it.
If I am able to rebuild, if they give me permission, I will not forget you.
He said Torstein was going to show up with Ashford colors?
Correct. He said that Lord Torsten would be arriving soon again.
Ooh. Ooh.
Great.
Yuri's eyes looks to Silaru and then Alaric.
There's a notable flare of anger at the mention of that.
You cannot possibly be too angry at the man.
For what it's worth, he didn't agree with Lord Ain.
I knew it. I had a feeling.
Which, I guess there's no point in secrets now. Which surprised me that he was very eager to have him return until I found out he planned on putting him in the Bastille with Sildaril.
He found out? Who told him?
No, he intended on killing Lord Thorsten.
Oh,
The
right.
Bastille would be the quickest way to get rid of the body.
And that would have happened now, when he arrived next.
Indeed.
I refused such an offer.
He didn't seem to think so.
Well, Nathan, a bit of parting advice. That man that's arriving, he carved himself up from almost nothing. I believe that you will find that you have much in common with him. And he's been at it for a little bit longer than you and than me too, truly.
Hopefully not too much in common.
That being said, I'd listen to him, hear what he has to say. Who knows? Perhaps you'll find a kindred spirit. You have your bravery, he has his wits.
Captain,
Yes.
who has agreed with Hain?
No, there were only a few, but eventually they tried to turn on Hain. I think he was going through the lower courts first. At least that's what the mouth was suggesting. Lord Torsten was the first from House Ashford. I think he tried reaching out to some of the lower lords in Rofield.
In Rofield?
Just what I heard. I'm not entirely sure. He became very secretive towards the end. Most of this was passing words that I heard.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, her eyes shift to Alaric and Silveril. He said the High Lord of Ashford and Alaric's uncle was on his side. Is there any truth to that, or was he just blowing smoke?
There were a lot of meetings he had in secret. I'm not entirely sure. I've mostly been here. I make very few travels north. I'm afraid you'll have to see that for yourself.
There has been a worry ever present in my heart for quite a while now. But I hold to hope that he was bluffing.
I'll make this promise before you go catch your boat. If I find anything in the keep after we dig it out, anything that may point you in a direction, I'll send it your way.
Well, your ability to send it our way, it depends entirely on where we go, doesn't it? Her eyes shift to the rest of the party. Where are we going once we reach shore?
What kind of question is that? We already know where we're going.
Not to interrupt. But I think that's probably a discussion to be had on your ship. I need to start getting the bodies out of this elevator shaft.
Smart lad to the end. Let's go, everybody.
Ooh, do avoid the crabs. I don't know if they're still down there, and I wasn't really able to tell them to stop.
I don't suppose. Sorry, Captain, we're not very well affiliated.
Just call me Nathan.
All right, Nathan. I don't suppose you have any kind of record or know of something that might prove all of this, of Hain's, your unfortunate father's situation, in case we need to show somebody.
That's what he said. He said if he finds anything while going through and clearing out Hain's Keep, he'll send it to you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, anything, if it has any direction whatsoever, it's going to you guys.
Work in progress. Got it. Okay. Word. Well, good luck. I mean that, and for what it's worth, I'm sorry it came down to this.
With any luck. The Allfather's watching over him.
Indeed. I will I'll keep you in my prayers to the All-Father.
There's a very small nod. And turning, as if done with the conversation, you watch as he begins to try and pull the soaked bodies out of the elevator shaft.
Good luck, Nathan.
I guess we're all leaving after that. After Siluriel's good luck.
Hearing that, he does pause.
For what it's worth, if I had the power to, as Ward of House Ashford, I would give you whatever name you wished.
There's a very,
Bastard or otherwise.
very sad smile at that comment. I hope, then, when you're free of this place, and you return home, there's justice for whoever sent you here. And it's by your hands.
I can't imagine my father would want me here. I will try to find that out. I do hope we will see you here again, under better circumstances.
Safe journeys. As you all turn and leave, you see that there are a small cluster of prisoners who have been standing off to the side, sort of waiting for the conversation to end before they make their way over to Nathan and begin helping him pull bodies out. Bodies of prisoners, bodies of enforcers, of knights.
Of crabs.
If this was CK2, that conversation would have given him a bunch of right to rule stats. Right to rule, right to rule, right to rule.
Making your way out as the rainfall catches against your skin, your armor. You make your way through the ruined portcullis, through the gatehouse, onto the sundered bridge. The fire is all but extinguished. Pillars of white smoke that rise are caught by the wind and turned into nothing. It is a somber walk. The lapping waves at the base of the bridge being the only real sound until the crack of thunder echoes through the entirety of the sky. Step by step, waiting at the dock with a number of other vessels nearby. Strange vessels, none that match the Primora. These wider vessels that have oars on them. You see, apparently have makeshift or ramshackle armaments tied to them. Things that shouldn't be a part of it. You can see where cannons have been placed that are not part of the normal layout. These orc vessels that lay in wait. The Primora, Spinebreaker Guruk, Tora Grimtooth, and a number of other orcs wait for you on top deck, flagging you down as I see you begin to descend the steps onto the dock. Is there anything the party would like to do before you depart from Hain Keep?
As they walk towards the boat?
Just in general.
Oh. Well, then I'll hold on conversation.
I mean, nothing that really comes to mind that would, everything I could think of would be to, look for cool loot, but I mean, I think its place is pretty well trashed.
Ooh, a shiny rock.
You never know.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add.
You know, I'm low on spells. Can we do a long rest?
I'm good.
Sildren?
Yes, she would have just appraised her house's flag upside down for a little while at the gate and proceeded forward.
Loading onto the vessel that brought you here, the Primora, its black flags catching in the wind. It is the same vessel that leads you out of Hayne Keep, out of the lost territory of House Ashford to the northern shores of the Ettenmoor. The clouds growing brighter, the crackle of lightning and thunder all but fading as the rain stops falling. Peering through, the rays of the morning sun begin filtering in, darkness being pushed back, casting light over all of you. The ocean, and the ruins of Hayne Keep, hopefully to be built into something better. And that's where we're going to call it for today's session.
Hell yeah.
Very good.
Yay.
Cry.
You what?
So that Adam was about to do a conversation too.
Oh, it's fine. We can have that next session.
Are you sure Alec doesn't have like a 20 in charisma? Because he lets off some goddamn eulogies. Like, holy fuck.
What?
Your eulogy was poggers.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
He has a 17 in charisma, so I'd fucking hope he's charismatic.
That is pretty good.
Next
Fact,
week,
pretty decent.
the players will pick up aboard the Primora on a one-way trip to the Ettenmoor.
Ah, yes. The post-aftermath.
I had a lot of fun this session.
Yeah, this was a great session. Holy shit.
Congratulations on surviving Hayne Keep. And congratulations on level 3.
No, now I have to make my decision. God damn it.
Let's go! I'm a Starfighter, baby!
Oh, Jesus.
Let's go!
Oh, no. Ooh. Do you smell that? It's the ramping up of power. Oh.
No, this giant
Smells like-
blade, it do damage.
Ooh, it smells like BO and fear.
A point of order before we do anything else. It is max HP for this level. Everything after 4, or everything after 3, you're rolling. Or taking the
You
average.
see me rolling.
Did we do max HP for level 2?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if we did or not.
We did. We did.
Yeah, neato.
Yeah.
Neato burrito.
If you have any plans or anything like that about your character that you would like to discuss at some point during the week, I will be available.
I think I've been...
I sent to a DM.
I'll read it in a moment.
No, you can read it later. It's just about some story stuff.
Bet.
Mm.
Let's see. What else? If you have any weird character stuff, it'll probably be during the boat ride. Because it's going to take a few days to get to the shore.
Weird character stuff. What is that?
Fantastic.
Well, the awakening of things.
Oh, God. All right, who rigged their characters to explode? Which one of you did it?
Which one of you is the suicide bomber?
That would be me.
Oh my
son of a
goodness
bitch.
gracious.
Certain people's things scale at level 3. Certain people's stuff get activated at level 3. Things like that.
Hell yeah. I'm so
like,
excited.
Sildarill's
Some of us make it
psychic
up.
abilities.
Oh, boy.
Sabine's ASMR stuff. Sabine and Alaric's oaths.
My dragon friend went, you know what? I'm proud of you. And just like, give me all my psychic ability.
What do you mean I'm not the first one to diddle your mind? What the fuck?
Yeah, you like that?
What the fuck? What do you mean there's someone like me?
Weird. Dragons.
the irony is that-
telepathy. Weird.
Well, the irony is that you're like, oh, there's someone else. If you said it was a dragon, she'd be like, oh, okay.
Well, I said first creature. You're not
I
the
know.
first creature, so
That's-
you know.
Humans are creatures, smart.
Yeah, that's why I said creature.
I know!
Stop yelling at me.
I'm saying she's more curious because you were vague. If you were like, yeah, it was a gold dragon, then she'd be like, oh, well, never mind. That doesn't apply to me.
Good.
But since you're like, oh, you know, none of your business. She's like, I must know.
I must know.
Ain't none of your business.
So yeah, congratulations, everybody. You are no longer in Hain Keep. Welcome
I want to go back.
to the world, and welcome to the Western Realm. You have a lot of
It was
choices to
about
make now.
damn time.
Sure hope I don't get caught by Border Patrol.
Oh, is that a 4-1?
Why do I have
Oh,
inspiration?
no.
I'm pretty sure I used it. Right?
What do you have? What?
Inspiration, I used it, right? Wow.
I gave you inspiration for your eulogy.
Oh,
It was a
Oh,
damn good
thank you.
eulogy. Damn fine. Some damn fine dialogue, son.
Man, point of. I guess I should say I was not expecting you guys to let Nathan live.
I wasn't, but others decided to.
I'm
And then he
glad we
pulled the,
surprised
and then he pulled the fucking, oh yeah, he's my dad card. And I was like, oh man, now I gotta like him. Fuck.
Fool.
Shit.
Now we have to like the guy. Son of a bitch.
Family ties. Aw.
You don't have to like him because his dad was Lord Hain.
Yeah, but like Yuri has got to think about her dad, so like, you know, it's like,
Oh, they both have daddy issues.
it's not like dad. It's more like I love my dad and I'd do anything for him, including, you know, murder. So,
Mm.
and you did.
Daddy issues.
Everybody heard that. I like to point that out. Remind everybody that we all know.
What?
Kira, when she said that to Nathan, everybody was there listening.
Bro,
Oh,
she's
the,
saying slash whisper. What the fuck? Why are you mad?
I would do
You
horrible
never
things
said
for
that.
my dad.
Yeah, he never specified it being a whisper, right?
It was low, but it wasn't whispered. I don't mind you hearing.
There you go. So now we know. No scruples when it comes to daddy.
Right, well, I have pizza waiting for me, so I kind of want to go pizzafy my face.
Sure. So when does the sea monster attack? Soon, Jacob.
Shalyu's coming back like,
joke's
what
on
up?
You. I seduce the sea monster.
Mm.
Yeah, Siluro
Bro.
getting.
I mean, I held the fish. Oh, I see. I have my fish woman. You have your fish monster. I understand. We can all get a piece of the ocean, brother.
I see, literally.
Some of us took the idiom. You know, there's a lot of fish in the ocean, quite literally.
You're not supposed to romance it.
I will not pleasure myself with this fish.
God damn it! I knew you were gonna say that.
For those that want to stay, you're more than welcome to. If you guys want to bounce, because we did go later than I expected, we'll just call it here.
I'm good for a while.
Dude, I'm full of rogue energy, and that's not even like an ad. Like I'm awake.
Oh, you turned this man to a walking ad the moment he stepped into America. Jesus fucking Christ, Momo.
Excellent.
I offered him coffee.
Such
It's
ever the
definitely-
capitalist.
Wow.
We definitely have.
I didn't tell him to say that.
Let everybody know.
All
Let it
good.
be known, in fact, that I fucks with rogue energy now.
Oh.
That's how we treat immigrants here. As soon as you come in here, you're a walking billboard. Sorry, not sorry.
Hey, man, welcome to the land of the free. Advertisement.
Yo, that shit woke me up, bro. That stirred me up.
A sense of energy I've never felt before. Potential unlocked.
A
Awakened.
clarity of mind. never before seen nor felt.
How worried is Yuria about the sword after stabbing the book?
I'm not worried about the sword until it stabs me, and then we have a problem.
Ooh, I'm a little hungry.
Oh boy! Now I'm worried. It's great. It's all fun and games until it decides, hey, I need a new master, and then we got a problem. Until then, it's everyone else's problem.
There were a lot of turns I was not expecting this session, which is really nice. I was expecting most of the session to take place on the boat.
Yeah, I kind of thought that we would be on the boat pretty PDQ, but we kind of stuck around and did some cool shit, so can't really complain.
Yeah.
Well, some people. I didn't do
Alaric
a whole
wanted
lot.
to invoke the wrath of fish people, which I was like, ooh, ooh.
I was
Fuck
kind of
them.
going full risky mode.
I agree. Let's fuck them.
Oh god.
Sabine's down.
Of course you are.
We held hands, smile.
By the way, I, as a person, more so agreed with them getting their revenge.
Oh, I
But,
know.
like I said previously,
Yeah.
to Alaric, for all the great shit you think he said, the fish people ain't people to him. They're just,
Wow.
things that come out of the water and need stuff from him.
I tip my hat to you, sir, from one racist to another.
Hurt yet.
It really is that. Like, you wouldn't feel it from how he approaches people and talks and all that and mediates, but he really is a racist. Like, at the end of it. Like,
I was fully
ultimately,
expecting him
it's
to
good.
be like, fuck you, orcs, pieces of shit, fucking orcs.
Well, but he's not racist towards orcs. He's more like a xenophobe, I'd say.
The orcs fight like Tarosians, right? They're like almost people.
They respect his traditions. That's everything, right? It's more like he respects his countrymen. It's like people from Tyros. He doesn't respect anything else. Anything else to him is just something that needs to get squashed for the power of Tyros and the king.
I think it was also that moment with Torug, where Torug was like, I was hoping he died bloody and thrashing, like an honorable warrior's death, but he died unconscious, afraid.
Unconscious plus afraid plus chests caved in plus.
And he was like, oh, what a pitiful fucking end. Like, he'd even get to die a warrior's death.
I mean, he kind of did though. Like him being KO'd was a result of a very bloody conflict that could have gone very badly for us at a moment's notice.
Could be said that he died at that moment. So yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's what Calden was trying to pipe up. Like, he did die in combat, technically. Like, him being knocked out and then finished off was just a result of him getting, in combat. It's not like we ambushed him in his sleep and, like, stabbed him in the neck,
That's
Who
true.
would do that?
What?
Like, we literally bested him in combat, sort of by the skin of our teeth in some ways.
He's on the ground. Get him.
The image in my head of how
Like-
we beat him, though, was very pitiful.
Absolutely.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Like, the image, yes, but, like, in reality, it was literally just the dice fucked him at
Yeah.
the worst possible moment. When he had it not happened, he probably would have fucked us, and not even in a fun way.
That's what happens when you make fun of paladins.
Yeah,
That's
they
true.
used-
But
you smite.
In the story, it was like he clashed with Siluriel and Alaric. He almost killed Alaric. In comes Savine, sends him off flying to the ground. He gets hit by the "now you're scared" smite from Alaric. And then in comes Siluriel, and then everybody else piles on, and we start beating the shit out of him when he's on the floor. Like, that's it. That was the whole fight.
Yeah.
It was less than 2 minutes.
Kick him!
There was nothing like honorable about it. Like,
Yeah, we
It
didn't
was-
let him up.
yeah, it was like, oh, you're on the floor. The party in mass fucking like descended upon him.
No, it was like when Jaime ambushes Eddard in Game of Thrones.
Absolutely.
Like, we show up, Kellen and Morana kill the guards, the few guards there, and then the rest of us just fucking gang up on him. That's it. That was the whole fight.
And the stab to the back of his leg was Sabine with the smite.
Yep.
And then we, to add insult to injury, just kind of sat over him like, should we kill him or nah? We literally had to like sit there and determine whether or not we were going to cave his chest in. And then Alex like, bet.
I mean, I think it was a great fight, and I think it was a great way that he went. It's just not what it's just not what Torag wanted, right?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, but Torag also lost his arm and still wanted like this noble end. So I'm like, Torag, your motivations are interesting.
Orcish.
He's a warrior and an orc.
Dude, my character loves that shit. That right there, Tora got 100 reputation points without her.
He was like, yeah, he took my arm, but he bested me. Like, it wasn't like him beating me in the prison. This was a fair fight. And he took my arm, and I had to run. That shit, respect. I don't like that he beat me like a dog in prison, but as a warrior, respect.
Warriors culture, baby. Welcome to Tyros.
I'm straight up not having a good time.
Expect a lot of that, by the way.
Oh, Yuria's going to get hated by a lot of people.
Jumped is a term. Thank you. Thank you, goodbye. So the party is in agreement that Alaric will be the cause of all the party's problems. Him or Yuria, absolutely.
What the fuck, bro?
You're going to poke around in somebody's head.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
and
that's
they're going to make their save and be like...
you're right. You're right. I'm going to poke around in some dude's head, or I'm going to poke around with some item I shouldn't, and it's going to explode.
But we'll still love her for it.
Send us into the Shadow Realm.
That'd be great. Behold madness.
Bro, it was just a Rubik's Cube. What the fuck?
Cool. Well, thanks for playing, guys. We will pick this up next week, unless things unfold.
Well, I will no longer have any excuses for anything ever again.
Absolutely.
That's great, by the way.
Great. So
Sounds
see
great.
y'all on the 11th.
See you on Friday.
Indeed, we'll be playing on the 11th, and hopefully the 13th as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Woo.
So thank you guys for coming out. And thank you, chat, for supporting the players and myself. That means a lot. If you guys want, go ahead and say goodbye to chat as I sign off.
Bye.
Good night,
Sure.
chat.
Beings of the void watching us from the stars, good day.
Arcturus,
Good night, everybody.
Arcturus just hopping in.
I think the gremlin went to go get pizza.
No,
Yeah.
I think she's in her bedroom right now. I
That's
don't know.
fine.
I heard doors being moved.
She hates chat.
I'll be back. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players, supporting myself. It honestly means a lot. Being able to play Dungeons and Dragons and have you guys come out and watch, have you guys talk, and be able to interact with you guys has been great fun. I'm very appreciative of it. We'll be picking up next week. Regular schedule. So I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll be doing some map making because, baby, the whole of Tyros just got opened. So we're going to need some more maps. Oh, Crimson, thank you very much for that. That's what I'm hoping for, is to inspire more people to play D&D. Get more people to get behind the table. Start running some games. Be your dungeon master. That's what I'm hoping for. So this is all worth it in the end. I hope you guys have a great night. I am absolutely famished, so I'm gonna go get some food. I'm starving. It has been great fun. Thank you guys for coming out. And I will see you all later. You guys take care.